Good morning and welcome to Kayo's Freebies, coverage of the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. My name's Nick and I'm joined in commentary this morning by Abdul.
Hey Nick, how you doing?
Great, thanks. It's a fantastic day here at MSAC for our fifth and final heat session of our Age Championship. Got lots of action today, quite a few hundred freestyles on offer. For our 13-year-olds, we expect to see Olivia Holmes, Zali Schneider, Elizabeth Mack starring, although they've also got their 100 backstroke, so Jacinta Guri will be joining them in action in that 100 backstroke. Our 14-year-olds are tackling the fast 50 freestyles, where a number of our swimmers will be chasing their national age qualifying times, as well as the 200 breaststrokes for the tough swimmers, including Lily Kosh and Rani Matheson. Our 15-year-olds have got a 200 butterfly, with which we expect to see Isabel Osborne shining, as well as the 100-metre freestyle with Jess Wilson and Nicholas Stupas as our top qualifiers heading into this morning's heat session. Our youngest athletes, our 12-year-olds, have their 100 butterfly as well as their 200 freestyle, with Kira Jess and Zara Jeffrey will recommence their head-to-head battles that they've had throughout the week. And our most experienced athletes, our 17, 18-year-olds, are tackling the 200-metre individual medley. Within the boys, Callum Halvin, Ravel, Rio Hayashi and Mitchell Stewart going head-to-head for that top seed in tonight's final. And Isabella Boyd in the girls joining the action. I think this is Isabella's first swim of this championship meet. So obviously she's saving up for this 200-metre individual medley, so we'll expect to see a good performance there. And then we'll conclude this morning's actions with our 1500s for our 14 to 18-year-olds. So it's a great morning of action here for day 5.
Yeah, definitely. We've got some rapid-fire 1500s. We've got about 6 of them this afternoon, so look forward to that.
Yeah, no, so we've go right from the shortest distance today with the 50 frees for our 14-year-olds, right through to our 1500s to conclude our final heat session here at our 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships.
Yeah, it's the 5th day, it's the last day, the final heat session. A lot of these swimmers have already swum quite a number of events, a number of relays, so they are getting tired, but it's just, this last day, and then you only really get to do this again, this long course again in, 12 months, or short course 6 months, really. So they just want to, muster up whatever energy they've got left and just give it all out.
Yeah, those championships meets, they just have a bit of a different feel to them, so it's always great to be involved in them, even if you're someone who has been swimming all 5 days and maybe had by now up to sort of 15, 16 swims once you start counting heats, finals, relays, and put a lot of kilometres in the warm down pool and warm up as well. It is day 5, so it is our 5th and final day, so we're going to add it, the excitement builds, the finish line is close, and looking for a couple of good swims to finish the day off and end this championship on high. We have our 13-year-old girls in their 100 freestyle starting to get themselves ready behind the blocks as our referee whistles the first heat to attention, and we'll be underway shortly.
Yeah, so this morning we've got 7 heats. So this time around, I think they've got fastest up first, and then they've got, as the heats progress, you get to the slowest and the slower seeds.
Yeah, so our first 3 heats are our seeded heats. So our top 30 athletes on entry times are spread evenly across these heats. Our Victorian record for this event stands at a 56.68, set in 2018 by Paris Burlock. And a nice even start here in Heat 1 on a beautiful sunny day. And it is nice and even through this first 50. We're starting to move through. In lane 4 is Olivia Holmes, and swimming well in lane 3 is Caitlin Ord.
Yeah, it's definitely a little even there between lanes 2, 3 and 4.
And it is Benita Ambrose who turns first, ahead of Olivia, with Caitlin in third. So as they make their way back down this second 50, they're trying to put themselves in a position to make the final tonight, needing to be in the top 10 athletes. Caitlin Ord's put together a really good third 25 as she's moved up alongside Benita. As those two are going to go stroke for stroke down with 15 metres left to swim. And it is Caitlin Ord who's going to take this opening heat out in a 102.56 with Benita in second and Olivia in third. So nice strong start there in our opening heat of our 13-year-old girls under freestyle. Caitlin looks pretty happy with her swim there, taking off about 0.4 of a second from her PB.
And quick off the start there was lane 4, Zali's Snyders.
Yeah, so Zali and Jacinta starting to pull away through the field, but also now moving up is Lily Jones in lane 3, and swimming well in lane 2 is Grace Dobby.
Evie Cockle in lane 7 is also looking pretty good.
But it is Zali Schneiders in lane 4 who's pulled clear of the field as she goes through the first 50 in a 29.71 ahead of Lily Jones with Evie Cockle in third. Again, nice strong turn there from Zali, continuing to extend her lead. Lily Jones is trying to go with her in lane 3 as those two pull just a little bit clear of the field, with still swimming well in lane 6, Lucy Doyle.
Yeah, I think this is Zali's to win here. Her seated time was a 101.
Yeah, nice strong heat swim here from Zali as she comes into touch in a 102.02. With Lily in second. It's been quite fast so far. We've had 7 athletes in a 104.0 or faster here in the 13-year-old girls in our opening 2 heats. So our heat 3 athletes know that they'll have to be performing nice and strongly as we use that Hawkeye overhead camera to have a look at the starts. It's fantastic that we've been able to integrate that Hawkeye technology that is helping out our technical officials with their reviews and also our acting as a backup timekeeper into our live coverage here on Kayo Freebies.
Yep, definitely. Have a look at Joanne Liu though in lane 3. She's looking strong. She's at the moment sitting in second place, but it is going to be Elizabeth Mack who leads us first into this turn, 29.2. Yeah, she's about body lengths clear at the 50-metre mark. I reckon she's got this heat covered.
Yeah, nice strong swim here from Elizabeth, pulling out to a body length and a half and extending it to 2 body lengths in that third 25. But a tight battle for second between Gemma, Joanne and Isabella, with Alyssa also in the running. So they're all coming into the wall, but it will be Elizabeth who takes down 1:00.83. In second place, Alyssa.
That is the fastest of this morning, 1:00. She's improved about half a second there on her PB.
So it does look like it's that sort of that 1:04.05 set there by Alyssa Meddings. I believe is sitting in 10th place now after the first 3 heats. As we move now along to heat 4. Getting the fastest start is Hannah Robson in lane 0, and she leads through that first 15 metres. Now they've all started to even up across the field, within lane 4 making her move, Jasmine Hume.
Yeah, lane 5 is falling just a little bit behind Madison Baker there. I wonder if she's going to be able to have the energy to back it up in this last straight.
And it is Louisa in lane 1 who leads through after the first 50. Just got a slight lead over Zoe and Jasmine as they're making their way through this third 25, trying to maintain their tempo that they established in that first 50. It is continuing to be a tight battle between Louisa, Zoe, Jasmine, Ella, and not out of it is Angelina in lane 8. As we come down with 10 metres to go, in lane 4, it is Jasmine Hume who's starting to pull away from the field, and she comes into touch and takes this heat out in a 107.02, with Ella in second and Zoe in third. So there are results for Heat 4 on the screen as we now move along to Heat 5. Again, in lane 0 had a fast start. They're getting through the first 15 metres was Alice from Wangaratta Amida in the lead, and she's held this lead through this first 25. Now starting to move through in lane 3 is Lola, and lane 5.
I reckon Alia Long's going to lead us into this first turn. She's had a very strong pace up to this point, 31.5. Still leads us off the turn. But Lola in lane 3 is also gaining up a little bit.
Yeah, Alia has now extended that lead through that third 25 and has got almost a 3/4 body length lead over the rest of the field with 25 metres still to swim. There's now nice, strong second 50 coming from Zoe in lane 2, and she's moved into the lead with Lola coming up right alongside her as we come underneath the flags. And is Zoe going to be able to hold on and take this heat win out? She does in a 106.35 ahead of Lola with Alia in third. So just a nice 2-second PB there from Zoe. She'll take out the heat win here in Heat 5 as we now move along to Heat 6. Staying underwater nice and long is Madison Klein in lane 4. And she has used those strong dolphins to pop up in the lead here in Heat 6.
Yeah, definitely in front, but also looking very good is Angelita in lane 0.
Yeah, we have seen lane 0 out to nice strong starts over the last few heats. So it's good to see our swimmers attacking this race as Angelina and Madison go through this first 50 turn together, with Madison coming out nice and strongly off that wall, pulling out to a 1/4 body length lead through her dolphins. Now starting to make her move is Xanthi Sharman in lane 1 as she's moved into second and right up alongside Madison.
I reckon Xanthi's up to in first at the moment, but Madison might just hang on there.
So with 15 metres to go, it is Xanthi and Madison who are going head-to-head here in Heat 6. And Madison's trying to respond to that challenge in this second 50 from Xanthi. And on the wall, it will be Madison who takes it out in a 106.84 with Xanthi in second and Peyton in third. Again,
2-second PB.
Yeah, nice strong swim there to chop off a couple of seconds from personal best there as we move on to our 7th and final heat. Again, it's lane 0 who has the best start through Lily Whitehouse from Furbank Aquastars. She leads through those first 15 metres from Summer Morgan in lane 1. And those two are going nice and strongly through the first 25. And have got about a half body length lead over the swimmers in the middle of the pool with Alexa and Eva sitting in third and fourth.
Yeah, it looks like Lily Whitehouse there sprinted pretty much the whole 50. She's going to lead us first into the turn. 32.9.
There's Eva who turns first just ahead of Lily, and in third place Alexis. A nice strong turn there from Eva, and she's now out to a half body length lead over the rest of the field. Lily's trying to hold on to second place, but Heidi in lane 6 has swum a really good third 25 and has now moved into the lead. So Heidi's pulled almost a half body length clear of the rest of the field with a fantastic second 50 here. She's continued to extend away from the rest of the field, and she's got 5 metres to swim, and we'll take out our 7th and final heat in a time of 1:07.82. With Eva finishing in second and Olivia in third.
Another easy 2 seconds there off the PB.
Yeah, some nice strong swims there from our 13-year-old girls in their 100-metre freestyles. As we move now on to event 155, the boys 13 years, 100-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats of our boys 100-metre freestyle. As we're just making a couple of adjustments to the starting. We'll take 2 here in heat 1. A nice even start through William Tan, Jacob Ritchie's and William Goldstraw here in heat 1. Will Tan, through that first 25, just starts to extend his lead over Jacob Ritchie's as he's working his way towards this first 50-metre turn.
Yeah, it is going to be William Tan who leads us here. 28.0, pretty quick.
With Jacob in second and William in third.
Also in contention there for second or third is Liam Walker from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 3.
So William Tan's continued to extend his lead, and he's now out to body length lead over William Goldstraw, who's moved into second just ahead of Jacob Ritchie's. Nice strong swim here in heat 1 from William Tan, and he's going to comfortably take it out in a time of 58.06. With William in second, Goldstraw in second, and Jacob Ritchie's in third. So we had 3 Williams in the top 4 there in that heat. Obviously a popular name 13 years ago. And all those 3 Williams, along with Jacob Ritchie's, have put themselves in a good chance to progress to tonight's final. So William Goldstraw's second place finish there. Got him under the minute for the first time.
Yeah, I think it might be around that 101 cutoff for the final tonight. We'll wait and see the next couple of heats.
Strong start in lane 5 from Bosco Dew, and he's been getting off to good starts in all his races. So it's no surprise that he led through that first 15. Now moving up alongside him is Luca Brown in lane 4. Luca's been having a fabulous meet across multiple distances and strokes, and he looks to continue that here. Also swimming well in lane 7 is Lemuel, and he's going to turn with Luca through this first 50. It is Luca who leads from Lemuel, with Bosco in third.
Yeah, we've seen Lemuel with amazing underwaters last night. Underwaters are something that he's really good at, so I wouldn't be surprised if he uses his underwaters to gain an advantage on his competitors.
So with 15 metres to go, it is Bosco and Luca going stroke for stroke. Bosco slightly ahead, but Luca responding as they come down to the wall. And it is Luca who takes it out in a 59.04, ahead of Bosco. And in third place, Gianluca. So nice little half a second PB there from Bosco to drop closer to that 58-second barrier as we move along to heat 3. We saw Harrison Main last night in the 50 freestyle put together a fantastic performance. So expect some early speed from him And he does just that, leading through the first 25 by almost 3/4 of body length over the rest of the field. Valen Gray in lane 0 starting off strongly as well as Nathan 9-5.
It's all Harrison Mains there right now. He's a whole body length clear of second place. Looks like Nathan might be there in second.
And it is Harrison who leads through in a 27.27 ahead of Nathan, with Cody Sade moving into third. And Harrison has just continued to extend his lead gradually through this 100. He's now out to body length lead over Nathan, with Cody moving into a clear third place over William Liu.
Yeah, Cody might be in contention for second, but I think it's all Harrison Mains there for first. Nathan Nye and Cody will be in contention. I think it's Nathan Nye who's going to get second. 57.1 was Harrison's time. Nathan Nye 58.8 and Cody 59.2.
Yeah, so that 1:00.95 sits in 10th place at the moment after these first three heats. As we move along to our non-seeded heats. So we still have 3 more heats remaining. On the blocks is heat 4. In lane 9, it's Ben Merilis from Tiger Sharks, who's swimming really well. And in the far side of the pool, it's Kalen. So it's the outside the pool that lead through this first 25. And now Kalen has taken over a strong lead as he's got 15 metres to go in this first lap.
Yeah, it's going to be Keegan and Ben there in lane 09. Keegan leads us through 29.0.
So Keegan continues to extend his lead here over Ben.
Yeah, he's got a body length there. But I think Ben's starting to catch up a little bit now, but also in contention's Hamish Knight.
A nice strong swim here from our outside lanes. It is closing up over the last 5 metres as we come underneath the flags, and Keegan is going to hold on and take it out in a 1:01.70 ahead of Ben and in third place Mark. Underway here in heat 5, and a nice strong start from Matthew Moran in lane 1 and Milo Dressel de Bruin alongside him in 2.
Yeah, have a look at lane 7 though. Xavier Aberlon, he's looking good.
That's when we hit our non-seeded heats, we tend to find the line across the pool is nice and tight as the difference in entry times gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the seeded time for all these swimmers in this heat is a 1:05, so
it is Matthew who leads through in a well, no, that's an erroneous touchpad time of a 26. It's a little bit fast, but he does lead through that first 50. But it's nice tight battle with Milo maybe moving into the lead slightly down this third 25. A really strong third 25 from Milo is pulled slightly clear of the rest of the field, with Matthew trying to go with him.
Yeah, he's had a great weekend and he's definitely having a great race right now. I think he's got this one secured. Looks like Matthew Morgan's going to be in second. It is Milo, 1:02.9, Matthew in second, and Xavier Newton in third.
Just taking off 3 seconds from his entry time there, Milo. So fantastic swim from a number of our swimmers there. We're all entered in the 105s, and we had 8 of them faster than a 105. So that's really good swimming from heat number 5 as we move along to our 6th and final heat of the boys' 13 years 100-metre freestyle.
Yeah, that was a 3-second PB for Milo there. He'll be happy about that. We move on to heat 6 of 6, the final heat. And off to a great start there is Xiao from Ringwood in lane 1.
A strong middle part of this race has Jake in lane 7 starting to move up alongside our early leader Luca through this 50. But will be Luca who holds on to the lead through the first 50 at 30.31 over Billy and Jake.
Yeah, it looks like Billy might be just a little bit in front there, although Xiao and Ringwood's just holding on there, making sure that he doesn't lose his pace.
Yeah, no, it was a nice strong turn there by Billy from South Gippsland Bass. We've seen a number of our South Gippsland Bass swimmers have really strong skills. So it's obviously been a focus of theirs in the training pool, and it's paying off, and he's extended his lead here in Heat 7 in this second 50, and is going to come down to the wall and take it out in a time of 1:04.14, knocking off nearly 2 seconds from his entry time. So nice strong swim there from Billy to take out our last heat as we move along now to event 156, the girls 12 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 3 heats this morning. Our Victorian record stands at a 1:04.34, set back in 2010 by Gemma Schlitt. So we're seeing Kira Jess put in some fantastic swims so far this meet, and she does lead through this opening 25 in this 100 butterfly by a body length over Hannah and Macy.
Yeah, she's the fastest seed by about 5 seconds. Expect her to be out in front fairly early in the race, as we're seeing right now, about body and a half lengths clear of everyone else. But looking strong also is Hannah in lane 3 and Macy in lane 5.
So Kira turns through in a 31.89 with Macy in second and Hannah in third. There's again strong underwaters from Kira, and she's looking really smooth and relaxed. This tempo looks very controlled and powerful, and she's making sure she's catching water and driving herself forward off each stroke.
Yeah, definitely. We're not seeing any spinny arms, which is a good thing to see. You can see a lot of power there in that stroke.
And butterfly is a power stroke, so it's really good to see that. Even at 12, Kira's doing a fantastic job as she comes into touch in a 1:10.01, with Macy coming in second. And Ariana in third. As we move now along to Heat 2. And it is Zara Jeffrey who took out the 50 free 2 nights ago, and she popped out in that 50 freestyle in the lead by about half a body length and held it on for the rest of the race. So we know she had strong underwaters. She used them to her advantage here off this start. And again, it's got about a half body length lead over the rest of the field here as they make their way towards that 50-metre turn.
Yeah, it looks like Lynette there in lane 6, sorry, will be first, but it's Zara who's first, Lynette in second. 33.1 there.
So nice strong turn there again from Zara as extended her lead over Lynette. It is a tight battle for second, third and fourth.
Yeah, it is pretty even there across the whole field, but it looks like lane 3 though. Tavia in lane 3.
Yeah, Zara is in control here in Heat 2, but it is all a battle for those minor places which could determine who gets a second swim tonight in the final. A strong second 50 from Octavia has moved her into second, but Zara does take this Heat 2 out in time of 1:11.93 with Octavia in second and Phoebe moving into third. As we move now onto our third and final heat of event 156, the girls 12 years 100-metre butterfly. Audriana David from propulsion in lane 3, led through that first 15 metres. Now Karma in lane 4 from Nuttawatting is moving into the lead with Yarulan from Essendon District Aquatic. And so Yar and Karma are going stroke for stroke into that wall. It's all a matter of getting those timing on the wall, landing on a full stroke, and Karma did that the best as she turns through first, head of Yar, with Mika in third.
Yeah, also looking very controlled. There is Mika in lane 1. She's not rushing her stroke at all, which is good to see. But as you're saying, it is Karma who's leading us now.
And it's really strong third 25 from Karma as she's pulled well clear of the rest of the field. So it's a strong second 50 here from Karma, and she showed that she was the class of this heat as she comes into the wall to touch in a time of 1:09.89. Really nice swim there, taking off 3 seconds from her entry time, with Stella getting the touch for second and Yarulan in third. Did need to be in those 1:16s to make it back for this evening's final, with Karma posting the fastest time just ahead of Kira Jeffs. And so those two will have the centre lanes for this evening's final session as we move on to event 157, the boys 12 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 2 heats.
Yeah, fastest seed there is Harry McCraw, 106. Second fastest, 113. So he's already out 2 body lengths clear.
Yeah, we've seen Harry McCraw swimming really well at these championships, and he's continued that here in the heats of the 100-metre butterfly. That tempo's nice and high, keeping his hips up. As you can see, each stroke he's doing, those hips are popping up out of the water, and that's maintaining not only his body position in the water, but allowing him to have less resistance and really driving forward off each stroke.
Yeah, definitely. He's not rushing in his stroke. He's nice and controlled. He's all the way out in front. But I think in second place there, we've got Jordan Silver in lane 2.
Yeah, it is going to be a tight battle for second, third and fourth in this heat, but it is all Harry with 10 metres left to swim here in the opening heat of our boys 12 years 100 butterfly, as Harry comes into touch in a time of 1:05.78. The strong last 25 from Sam moves him into second, with Jordan in third. So with just 2 heats in this boys 12 years 100 butterfly, there's plenty of chances to progress to the final. We know Harry's going to be safely in there with that nice strong 1:05, but a number of our athletes in that first heat have given themselves the best opportunity to move into tonight's final as we move now along to heat 2. We saw Julian Birch take out the 50 freestyle a couple of nights ago, and here he's a body length clear of the rest of the field through this opening 25.
Have a look at Gabriel Wong there, lane 8. He's looking controlled, strong, powerful like we said, good kick, head down. He's just going at it.
So it will be Julian who leads through in a 31.64, ahead of Harold with Gabriel in third. So the margin has reduced between Julian and Harold. Julian used his sprinting speed that he showed in the 50 freestyle to get out nice and fast, and now Harold's making his move in this second 50. So Harold's come up alongside and now gone past Julian, as well as in lane 6, Mac is making a move on Julian in this third 25. So Harold has pulled out to a body length lead with 10 metres to go here in heat 2. And it looks like he's going to be comfortably taking heat 2 out as he comes into touch in a time of 1:11.99. With Gabriel in second and Callum Otto getting the touch for third. So it was a stronger second heat there, and that will have 6 of our boys progress through to the final there from heat 2. As we now move on to our event 158, our girls 14 years 100-metre freestyle. Our Victorian record stands at a 25.71, set back in 2006 by Lisa Lusky. As in this opening heat, it's nice and tight in that first 25 metres, with Annie Steele in lane 5 and Victoria McKenzie in lane 6, the early leaders. But it will be Annie Steele who is going to take out heat 1 in a nice time of 27.82, with Victoria in second and Sophie Ballon in third. So we have 10 heats here in event 158. So almost 100 athletes qualified for the girls 14 years 100 freestyle here at the Victorian State Championships. And Alicia Clark in lane 4 leads through this first 25, ahead of Rihanna Chen. Those two have pulled a little bit clear of Arabella Tomlinson in lane 3. But it will be Alicia Clark who takes out heat 2 and comes into the wall and touches in a 27.39, with Rihanna Chen in second and Arabella Tomlinson in third.
Yeah, I think the final cutoff will be under 30 there. Got a number of swimmers in the later heats under 27, 28, so it's definitely going to be under 30. I think it might be that 28 mark.
Well, we've had 9 swimmers at 28.6 or faster so far after the first 2 heats, so it's definitely going to be well and truly under 30 seconds. It's a question how far under 28 seconds it's going to be.
That's right.
Or how far under 29 it's going to be. A nice strong start here from Lily Koch in lane 0. That's not unexpected. Lily is a very strong swimmer. Obviously hasn't done a 50 freestyle that often, as she leads through with Sophie Jacker through the first 35 metres, and also swimming well in lane 6 is Millie Dodd. As we come underneath the flags, it is going to be Millie and Sophie who take the heat out, with Sophie getting the touch in 28.16, ahead of Millie and Lily in third.
Yeah, we saw Millie Dodd there catch up a whole half a body length, I think, just in that last 15. It's all about sprint and power, but ensuring you're maintaining it for the whole 50.
So also in equal third place in that heat was Alana McDuff. So I'll have to do my little bit of arithmetic to see if we might be heading towards the swim-off there. But again, a nice start, fast starter from Chiara Fernando in lane 0.
Have a look at Giusia there in lane 8 from Run Awarding. Yeah, in contention, but lane 4 and 5 are looking strong. Katie and Salia though.
Yeah, Katie and Sally have moved through in this second 25 as they come to the wall, and it is going to be Katie who takes it out ahead of Kira in a nice fast time of 29.15. No, we have avoided a swim-off, I believe, by 0.01 of a second. Our 28.53s from Lily and Alana are safely in, with our 28.68 sitting in 10th place, with 28.69 sitting in 11th, I believe. Don't trust my mental maths though. I may have missed one time there, but Millicent Van Diemen again in lane 0 swimming strongly, but Madison Brand from Haileybury in lane 6 has now pulled into the lead ahead of Willow Field from Loretto. And it is Madison Brand who is going to take heat 5 out in 29.41, ahead of Willow, and in third place Katie Macklin. So now we move on to the heat where this magical 30-second barrier hasn't been broken yet. We'll see if we can have some swimmers join the sub 30-second club here in heat 6. Going strongly in lane 4 and 5 are our 2 rubies as they lead through the opening 25. Now making a bit of a move in lane 9 is Annabelle. But it is Ruby Pallet from Traralgon. Ruby Pallet from Traralgon who leads through with 5 metres to go and takes this heat out at 30.02. So close.
Very close. Still a PB though.
Still a personal best.
Yeah, she looks happy about that.
She'll be satisfied. Obviously, she would have loved to go 0.03 of a second faster and swim under 30 seconds. As we move along now to heat 7. In lane 4, it's Eliza Connolly who's leading through this first 25, with Emmy in lane 1 also swimming well, alongside Claire Matheson in 2. So it's the far side of the pool who is in control here in heat 7, with 5 metres left to go. It does look like that Claire's snuck out to a slight lead and does take this heat out in a 30.23, with Emmy in second and Ella with a strong second 25 to move into third place. Still not counting out us having one more swimmer join the sub-30 club.
Yeah,
as we move along to heat 8.
It's about half a second there for this next heat. They want to go sub-30. So looking fairly even across, but it looks like Sienna Scudella in lane 4 is in front, but also in front is Josephine Purcell from MLC now.
We've seen a lot of action from the far side of the pool this morning in the heat session, with Josephine and Matilda leading this heat 8 of the girls 14 years 50 freestyle. They come underneath the flags, and it is Josephine who's going to take it out in a 29.49, with Matilda in second and Eleanor in third. So we were proven right. We've got another couple of swimmers under that 30-second mark for the first time. Surely no more can join them as we move along to heat 9, but I wouldn't count them out.
29.49 for Josephine there. It's about a second and a half PB for her.
Nice, strong underwater dolphins in lane 5 from Caitlin, and she comes up in the lead.
Don't count out lane 3 though, Lucinda Vale from Harrybrook Aquatic. I think she might be leading right now coming into this last 15.
Yeah, Lucinda has moved ahead of the field and has got a half a body length lead as she comes under the flags with 5 metres left to swim, and is going to take this heat out in a 30.20, just ahead of Zena in lane 8, with Charlotte Anderson from Latherton Wyndham picking up third. We went close then, 30.2 from Lucinda, taking off 0.6 of a second from her personal best time as we move on to our 10th and final heat. All these swimmers had entry times just over the 31-second mark, so we'll see if any of them can break that 31-second barrier and move into the 30-point range. Just a bit of a time for a quick breath before we start this 10th and final heat, which is handy. The action was coming thick and fast in these 50 freestyles for our 14-year-old girls, as our athletes ranked between 91st and 97th based on their entry times are about to hit the water. So nearly 100 athletes qualified for the state titles here in the 50 freestyle for our 14-year-old girls. Means there's great depth.
Yeah, I mean, it is just 0.1 of a second separating the whole field in this heat. 31 was their speed of time. Good underwater there from lane 5. It is Eloise Pride there from in lane 4 who's leading us though.
Strong swim from Evie Theodore in lane 7, and she leads through the first 35 metres just ahead of the chasers, which is the rest of the field. But it looks like Evie will be able to hold on with 5 metres left to swim here in our 10th and final heat and take it out in a 29.89. It wasn't Evie. Evie, we had a bonus swimmer. Sorry, in lane 8.
2 seconds off.
I can recognise that. That's Amelia Otto in lane 8, who missed her heat, obviously, earlier. She was in one of our first heats, but swimming under 30 seconds. So that was obviously the slight pause before the heat. So well done to Amelia Otto, who joins the sub-30 club, along with a lot of the field there in the 14-year-old girls 50-metre freestyle. As we now move on to our 14-year-old boys 50-metre freestyle for event 159. We have 10 heats of this event once again.
Yeah, so the national times are 26.78 for the boys.
We know there's going to be a lot of the boys underneath there. It's a question of if we can get almost 30 swimmers under this national age qualifying time. In heat 1, though, it is Max McGeaney in lane 4 who's powered clear of the rest of the field.
He's going to take this one out. His time's are 25.34. What's he going to get this morning? 24.87. Yeah, Max has been dominating his 100 freestyle event.
Yeah, so we had
a good weekend.
We had 6 boys under that national qualifying time in that opening heat.
Yeah.
We'll see how many of them can join them in heat 2 here. Expect Toby Callahan to get off to a good start, and he does indeed in lane 4. He's got that half body length from the field, which are in a tight battle for second, with Adonis just leading. But it is Toby Callahan with 15 metres to go, who is all in control here in heat 2. And he comes under the flags to touch in a time of 25.54, with Adonis in second, also going sub 26. As we move on to heat 3. Staying under the water longest is Luke Gallagher from Ballarat GCO, but moving through in lane 4 now is Harry Heath. Harry Heath is putting together a fantastic 50 here and has pulled out to 3/4 of body length from the rest of the field as he comes underneath the flags and takes out heat 3 in a time of 25.95, with Ashton in second and Oliver Kingston in third.
So just like you've said, Nick, a number of boys there qualified for the national team. So move on to heat 4.
I think 26.5, I think, where 10th place sits after our first 3 heats. So it's a really strong swims there from our 14-year-old boys in our seeded heats as we now move on to our non-seeded heats. And through the first 35 metres, swimming well as Oliver McCormick in lane 8. He's going to take it up to Zachary Shearer as they go underneath the flags, but it will be Zachary Shearer who takes it out in 26.94, with Enrico in second and Oliver in third. So another boy joining the sub 27. So well, good swim there from Zachary from South Gippsland Bass, as he's going to move himself up the rankings with that swim. As we move now along to heat 5. Really strong start from Blake Hughes from Northwest Aquatic in lane 0, and he leads through the first 25. A nice high strike rate on Blake as he continues to lead through the 35-metre mark. And he's got about a half body length over the rest of the field here in heat 5. So Blake comes underneath the flags and into touch in a time of 27.75, with William Zhang in second and Xavier Telford in third.
Yeah, huge swim from Blake Hughes all the way out from lane 0. We've seen a lot of action in the outside lanes last night and this morning.
So underway here in Heat 6. Again, a nice strong start in lane 0 from Jonathan Russell. He led through the first 15 as now it all starts to even up. And it's a line across the pool. Starting to make a strong move in lane 7 is Joel Pollard. And in lane 5 coming through, Yuga Wu. Yuga Wu does look like he's moved into the lead and will take this heat out. No, it's Joel Pollard who gets the touch in a 27.60.02 of a second ahead of Yuga. And in third place, Sydney Johns.
It's all about the finish, all about the touch, last 5 metres. You want to finish on a full stroke, you don't want to glide into the wall.
Yeah, on that full stroke with your eyes at the bottom of the pool, but your body on your side so you make yourself as tall as possible.
Having a good start there, Zane Poxon in lane 2. Look at that stroke right there from Ryder Brown in lane 5. He's looking good. Lane 9 is looking amazing. Caden Kwa.
With 15 metres left to swim, it's anyone's game, but Caden looks like he's going to challenge for the win all the way out in lane 9 as he comes underneath the flags and touches first in 27.91, taking off almost 3/4 of a second from his personal best. I thought maybe the sunshine over the far side was giving people superpowers, but Caden's proved that the shade in lane 9 just as beneficial. Jake Burley in lane 3 comes up in front through the first 15 metres. Moving up alongside him is William Crowe in lane 2. As we approach the 35-metre mark. Jake continues to lead just ahead of the rest of the field as it's starting to tighten up, and Rodney Tang in lane 7. He's making a move in these last 25 metres. They go to the wall, and it is Rodney who takes that in a 28.20 ahead of Ethan Wang and Jake Burley. As we move on to our 9th heat of our boys' 14 years 50-metre freestyle.
So all the boys here are ranking about 28.7 as their speed of time. Fairly even coming up to the 25-metre mark. Looks like lane 1's ever so slightly in front of Kane Reynolds there. The last 15. Still looks like it's Raphael Rush. Raphael Rush has got it, I think, lane 2.
Yeah, strong second 25 from Raphael as he takes that in a 28.33 ahead of Oscar and Xavier in third. So once again, a lot of the action happening on the far side of the pool here in our 50 freestyles. As we now move along to our 10th and final heat of our boys' 14 years 50-metre freestyle. So exactly the same number of entrants of 97 as our girls' 14 years. So they matched it up, the boys and the girls here in the 50 freestyle.
Great underwater there from Lucas Kay in lane 4. That gave him a good advantage at the 25-metre mark. He's in front, but looking strong as well. Gaining up on him is lane 3, Austin Bartlett from Nunawading.
Yeah, that start Lucas had is now evaporated as Austin has now moved clear with 10 metres left to swim. And it does look like Austin's going to take our 10th and final heat out in a nice time of 28.02, taking off nearly 0.9 of a second from his personal best. So that concludes our 50 freestyle action for our 14-year-olds as we now move along to event 160, the girls' 15 years 100-metre freestyle. Our Victorian record stands at a 55.66, set back in 2013 by Gemma Schlitt. Gemma went on to represent Australia at the 2016 World Short Course Championships. So we've seen Jessica Wilson in lane 4 competing across a number of different events at this championships, putting in good performances across all the strokes. This is probably one of her preferred events here in this 100-metre freestyle, and she's had to wait till day 5 to get to swim it, but she's starting off nice and strongly in this first 25.
Yeah, she gave herself a good lead, sets herself up for that second 50. About half a body length clear of lane 6 there. Bella Murphy in lane 6. She's going to get in second, 28.5, but it's Jessica Wilson, 27.9 at the turn.
Yeah, nice, strong first 50 there from Jessica Wilson. And she's just growing her lead over Bella Murphy from MLC in lane 6. Those two have now pulled well clear of the field here in Heat 1. But Jessica continues to extend her lead here in this second 50 and is looking nice and controlled. She comes underneath the flags to take Heat 1 out in a time of 58.89.
So slightly over her PB there, but I think that's a final for her.
So you will see on the results that Romy Hurd and Sion Kinzet equal third there in a 101.73. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see where that places to see if they can both make it through to tonight's final. Once again, Charlotte Parmenter from New Zealand, as she has done all week long, off to a nice strong start. Also going well in lane 7 is Annabelle Jorgensen from Cheltenham, and Annabelle has taken over the lead through the first 35 metres from Charlotte. Those two have pulled a little bit clear of the rest of the field as we make their way through the 50-metre turns, with Annabelle turning through first in 28.82, Charlotte in second, and Frida in third. Look for Frida to make a bit of a move in this second 50, and she's doing just that in this third 25. Charlotte has retaken the lead, with Frida moving up alongside Annabelle in that battle for second.
Yeah, it is all Charlotte Parmenter's window. Frida looks like she's going to get into second place, but also in contention for second is Annabelle Jorgensen, but it is Charlotte Parmenter, 100.1. Frida in second and Annabelle in third.
So currently, Romy Hurd and Sion Kinzet, our equal third place swimmers from that first heat, are sitting in equal 6 as we hit the water here in Heat 3. And Brooke Briscoe from Geelong in lane 5 has the best of the starts and leads through this first 25 metres. She's just got a half a body length over the rest of the field, who are nice and evenly spread out, going neck and neck down this first 50. But it will be Brooke Briscoe who leads as she goes through this first turn at a 28.78, ahead of Kiara Mooney and Catherine Boyle. Expect Catherine Boyle's second 50 to be nice and strong, as she's known more of as a middle distance to distance freestyler.
Yeah, it is Brooke Briscoe taking this heat out there, I reckon. Fairly even across the field with the last 25 metres to go.
So Brooke has continued to hold her lead, but Catherine, as expected, coming nice and strongly in this second 50 to move up into second place with Kiara. And it is Brooke who takes down a 59.91.
And Catherine in second and Kiara in third. So that's a sub-minute time for Brooke Briscoe for the first time.
As we now move on to Heat 4.
Good underwater there from lane 3, Tiffany Lamb. That gives her the lead into the 25-metre mark. She's first at the moment, but don't overlook lane 9, Charlotte Ristig there. She's had a good weekend. She's also in contention for second right now.
Could we please have a team manager from Seymour and DB Aquatic, please, to the TV desk? So there's a team manager from Seymour and DB Aquatic. Thank you.
So move into our second 50 here in Heat 4. And is Tiffany Lamb, who's leading by a half body length over Ellie Watson. So Tiffany Lamb is putting together a really good swim from PLC. And has got 5 metres left to swim and will take out Heat 4 in a nice time of 1:02.78. Taking off exactly 1 second from her personal best. As we now move along to Heat 5. Scarlett in lane 5 leads through the first 15 metres. Now moving up alongside her is Annabelle Taylor in lane 3. But swimming well is Kate Morrison and Sienna Barker in lane 1 and 0 respectively. It does look like that Kate Morrison might have a bit of a lead here as we go towards this 50-metre turn. And turning through first, it's Annabelle Taylor and Kate Morrison.
Yeah, Annabelle's had a nice underwater there. Gave her a good lead.
So with 25 metres to swim, it's now starting to tighten up with Madeline Carter in lane 7 from Nuttawatting, moving up alongside Annabelle and Kate, and also coming strongly in this last 15 metres is Michaela Larkin in lane 8. So Michaela and Matilda are battling the heat win out with Annabelle, but Annabelle gets the touch in a 1:03.94. So again, lots of our swimmers there in that heat, posting personal bests, with Annabelle knocking off a second from her entry time as we move now along to Heat 6.
It's fairly even there across the field coming into the 25, but it looks like lane 4, Claire Lewis, she's got some straight arm freestyle techniques there in the first 25 of 100, which is interesting to see. A lot of those swimmers will be using that straight arm in the last 25. But it is going to be Claire out in front. 30.2 is her time. And then all the way out in lane 0, Isabella is going to turn into seconds.
So Claire has extended her lead slightly over the Isabels on the far side through this third 25. She's just got about an arm length lead over Isabel French and Isabel Freeburn. So with 15 metres to go, Isabel Freeburn's trying to challenge Claire Lewis in the centre of the pool here in Heat 6. As they come underneath the flags and they go into touch, it is going to be Isabel Freeburn who takes it out ahead of Claire Lewis, with Isabel French in third. Again, a nice strong swim there with Isabel Freeburn swimming a personal best there by over a second to take out the Heat 6 victory. As we move now along to Heat 7. And Alicia Hanley from Furbank Aquastars and Kate Lewina, Lou from MLC Aquatic, lead through the first 25.
Yeah, have a look at lane 9 there, Kate Golby. She's battling Alicia in lane 3. So the two outside lanes, Zoe in lane 0, Kate in lane 9, are at the moment battling lane 3, which is Alicia, but it looks like Zoe's going to touch in first here at the turn. Sorry, I meant Kate Lewina in lane 1.
So Kate Lewina does lead through this opening 50, a half body in clear of Arcia and Alicia. Also swimming well in lane 9 is Kate Golby. Kate Lewina is maintaining that lead. She set up in that first 25 and holding it, but now Arcia is coming nice and strongly in this final 25, has moved back up alongside her with 5 metres left to go, and it is Arcia who's going to take this heat out in a 104.28, with Kate in second and Mia Horskins in third. As we now move along to heat 8. All across the field here in heat 8. With again, Matilda Hale in lane 0, starting strongly. Lane 0 has been definitely in the action this morning, but now making her move is Lillian Staggard in lane 3, and Lillian will turn first ahead of Matilda, and in third place, Alyssa.
Yeah, Alyssa's looking strong. I think she's catching up here. She might be in contention for first for this heat. Matilda in lane 0 though. Good swim from her, lane 3. Have a look at lane 3 though. Lillian and Amelia battling together here.
So Amelia Baum in lane 4 has now taken over the lead here in this second 50 with 5 metres to go. She is going to come and take out this heat win. No, Lucy Doyle, Emily Doyle from Nuttawading, Lucy's sibling, takes it out in a 105.9, so 105.72 with Amelia in second and Matilda, our early leader, in third. As we now move on to our 9th and final heat.
Yeah, so we've got Julia in lane 3, Brittany in lane 4, and Lauren in lane 5.
So again, a nice even start between Julia and Lauren, with Bridie just a little bit behind after the first 15 metres. But Bridie has now moved up alongside Lauren, with Julia having a slight advantage through that first 35 metres. It does look like Julia is going to lead through this opening 50 in a 31.68. But Bridie actually got her feet on the wall there. She did a really good job of getting those feet over nice and fast, working those last couple of strokes into her turn to her advantage, and she's used that speed in to come out and they start to extend her lead here through this third 25.
Yeah, she's done really well so far. Bridie there, I think she's going to get into first place. Her kick's not backed off. She's got a very strong kick.
It is Bridie who leads with 5 metres to go in heat here in heat 9, as she comes into touch and take it out in a 107.10. Some a nice personal best with Julia in second and Lauren in third. We're now going to move along to heat event 161. The boys 15 years 100 metre freestyle. We have 7 heats. A Victorian record stands at a 51.15 set in 2011 by Alexander Graham. And Nicholas Stupas in lane 4 might not have been first out of the water, but he's now first through the first 25 with Jack Gibson in lane 5, trying to go with him in this opening 50.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Nicholas Stupas there in lane 4, first at the turn, 26.1. Jack Gibson's closely after. Good underwater there from Stupas.
So Nicholas Stupas has now pulled out a half body length lead over Jack Gibson, and a nice tight battle for third between Alessandra and Dimitri. Nicholas Stupas has just continued to extend his lead over this second 50, and he comes into touch in a time of 53.94 with Jack in second and Alexandra in third. Some very excited supporters on the sideline there. I think we just had a national qualifying time achieved in that opening heat for the first time. As in Heat 2, Tian Berger leads through this opening 25.
So the national times are 57.19 there for these boys.
So it's our 5th place finisher in that opening heat, who is getting celebrated by his teammates as he's qualified for nationals for the first time. Here in Heat 2, it is all Tian Berger as he's continuing to extend his lead that he established in this first 50.
Yeah, we know he's a sprinter. He's a very good 50-metre freestyler, and he's dominating in this 100 metres.
He's keeping that really powerful kick going all the way through this race, and he comes in to take Heat 2 out in a time of 53.70. And Joshua Wikoski from MLC getting the 57.09, so that sneaks under that national qualifying time as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So our 15-year-old boys on fire so far. As in Heat 3, it's William Watson who leads through the first 25 metres with Sam Walsh and Campbell Wilson-Moran. You're trying to go with him in this opening 25.
Yeah, it's going to be Will there leading us first into this turn, 25.9 at a turn. Very nice swim there.
Nice, strong first 50. Campbell Wilson-Moran really worked that turn to extend himself in second and come up alongside William Watson. So it's Campbell and William who are going head-to-head through this final 25, with Nicholas Kearns moving into third just ahead of Sam Walsh. But it is Campbell's strong second 50 who's moved into the lead and is going to take Heat 3 out, with Sam Walsh finishing strongly in this last 25. But it is Campbell Wilson-Moran in 53.87, Sam Walsh in second and William Watson in third. So 55.7 currently sits in 10th place after our opening 3 heats. So the 15-year-old boys are flying here in this 100 freestyle. Yeah. As we move here into Heat 4. And it is Leo Buckle who leads through in a 26.94, ahead of Callum, and in third place Cody. So once again, action happening on that far side of the pool this morning.
Yeah, it is going to be lane 0 though at the moment, who's just in front with this last 25 left to go. Callum in first. Looks like lane 2, Leo Buckle from Melbourne Swim Club's in second. Yeah,
so Callum has been able to maintain his pace the best in this second 50, and that's why he's pulled clear of the rest of the field to take this heat out in a 57.48 and go very close to that national qualifying time, as well as he took over 2 seconds off his personal best entry time. As we move now along to Heat 5. Patrick Lee in lane 0. Once again, we see lane 0 out to a nice fast start. I don't know what's happening with lane 0 today, but the action is there.
Yeah, looking strong as well as lane 7 there. Don't count him out, Brandon Hayes.
But now it is the boys on this side of the pool who are starting to move through and turning first through the first 50. It is Braden Hayes. Patrick remaining in second, and in third place, Tharusa. A nice, strong third 25 from Patrick, and he's regained the lead that he had in the opening 25. He's now pulled well clear of the rest of the field and leads by 3/4 of body length with 15 metres still to swim. And it is going to be Patrick who's going to take this heat out as he holds on and touches in a time of 58.37 with a nice, strong swim there from Patrick, not only breaking the minute mark for the first time, but swimming under 59 and nearly going sub 58. So well done, Patrick. As we move now along to heat number 6. In lane 5, Cooper Gallen from Bayside leads through the first 25 ahead of Benjamin Needon.
Yeah, he's looking good. Straight arm freestyle for him.
Yeah, so that first 35 he was straight arm, and then suddenly at the 35 metre mark sort of changed to a little bit of a bent arm recovery as he leads through in a 27.62 ahead of Jasper and Benjamin.
About a body length ahead there.
So he's gone back to his bent arm freestyle here in his second 50, but maintaining his lead out by a body length from the rest of the field with 15 metres to swim. It's a nice tight battle for second between Jasper, Benjamin and Thomas, but it will be Cooper who's leading from start to finish in a 59.26, with Benjamin getting the touch for second and Jasper in third. Another couple of boys joining the sub-minute club there for the first time in heat 6. As we move along to our 7th and final heat. Cooper went out nice and hard, held on there in heat 6 as we have heat 7 on the blocks. Thomas Lambert from the Tiger Sharks in lane 1. Starts nice and strongly ahead of Jude De Silva Smith from Warrnambool. So again, once again, outside lane, swimming strongly here in this morning's heat session. And it is Thomas Lambert who leads through this opening 50 with Jude in second and Timothy Roach in third.
Yeah, so clearly out in front here, Thomas Lambert. He's flying. It is pretty even though into this last 25 metres of the race.
Yeah, Thomas Lambert has this heat 7 under control, and the battle is going to come for second place with our remaining 5 athletes all in with a chance as Thomas Lambert comes underneath the flags and takes our 7th and final heat out in a 58.39, taking a massive chunk off his personal best entry time of a 101. So not only smashing the minute, the 101 barrier and the 59 barrier all in the one swim. As we now move on to event 162, the girls 13 years 100 metre backstroke. A Victorian record stands at a 105.00 set in 2019 by Semra Olawani. As our Swimming Victoria staff members set up our backstroke ledges for our athletes. Seeing a number of our swimmers here in Heat 1 pulling up nice and... So we saw a number of our athletes here in Heat 1 pulling up nice and high out of the water. This is Olivia Holmes, who leads through the first 25 metres from South Gippsland and Bass. Olivia has been having a fantastic championships. Vera Zeng is going with her in this opening 50, and those two lead through with Olivia turning in a 35.40 Vera in second, and Lola in third. Again, a strong turn there from Olivia, as a number of our South Gippsland Bass athletes have shown throughout this championships that they're really working their skills and using that to their best advantage, those underwater dolphins, as Olivia continues to lead into our final 15 metres with a nice tight battle developing for second. But it is all Olivia here in heat 1, and she takes that in a 1:12.27 with Lola in second and Vera in third. So behind Olivia, you can see it's nice and tight with a second to fifth separated by only 0.8 of a second. Remember, there's 10 spots in the final tonight, so there'll be a few nervous little glances from that opening heat as they watch heat 2 and 3 to see where they'll stand after our backstroke. Again, using that Hawkeye camera to get a great view of the starts there on the underwaters here in heat 2. And swimming strongly in lane 2 is Gemma Sullivan. She's up alongside Jacinta Guri in lane 4 through this opening 25. So Jacinta and Gemma going stroke for stroke down this opening 50 here in heat 2 of the girls' 13 years 100-metre backstroke. As we approach the first turn, it is Jacinta who leads through in a 35.40. Mia in second. That's Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass, and Gemma Sullivan in third. So Jacinta has started to extend that lead out to a half body length, but swimming nice and strongly in this second 50 are both the Mias. Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass and Mia Bates from St Leonard's. With 15 metres left to swim here in heat 2, Jacinta maintains that half body length lead, but Mia Roberts is trying to make a late charge in these final 15 metres. And it is Jacinta who takes this heat 2 out in a 1:13.09. Mia Roberts in second and Mia Bates in third.
So joining us here on this table is Zach Kornichuk. He'll be commentating with us this morning. Hey, Zach.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Great to have you with us, Zach.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, very, very good start to the heats today. So, it's a backstroke, 13-year-old backstroke.
So we've got heat 3 in the water now. We've seen some strong swims from the opening 2 heats. So heat 3 are going to need to be on form if they're a chance to make tonight's final. So starting nice and strongly in lane 3 is Caitlin Orts. We saw her put together a good swim earlier in the 100-metre freestyle, so she's looking to make her second final of this session. Now starting to move through in lane 4 is Grace Dobby. So Grace is going to lead through from her Melbourne Swimming Club teammate and turns through in a 34.83 ahead of Caitlin with Madison Barker in third. So Caitlin has retaken the lead here from Grace as those two are going stroke for stroke. A little bit of a teammate battle happening here, Zach, isn't it?
Yes, certainly, certainly.
So Grace didn't like being in second place and has now retaken the lead with 5 metres left to swim as they go underneath the flags and into touch. It will be Caitlin who takes heat 3 out.
Very close finish there, very close finish.
So we've had the first 3 seeded heats. We're now moving on to heat 4, which is our non-seeded heat. So it's our athletes ranked from 31st through to 40th in this heat. And all those athletes in that first heat who swam a 1:14, which was there's a huge bunch of, we had 5 swimmers 1:14 or faster, have qualified for the final, provided that no one swims faster than them here in heat 4. So it had 5 swimmers from that first heat, 3 from the second, and 2 from our third heat, as in move along here to heat 4. Alice Colson in lane 9, getting off to a nice strong start, and now moving in through in lane 5 is Elisa Meddings. Also swimming well is Emma Grave in lane 4, and Emma's now come up alongside Alyssa with Lucinda Hughes over in lane
3. Lane 3.
Eva Z in lane 1 swimming well, but it is Emma who turns first at the 50-metre mark with Eva. All these swimmers are doing a nice job of keeping their tempo up, and it's going to be a close race over the final 25 metres, isn't it, Zach?
Yeah, very close, very close.
So Eva has now moved into the lead in lane 1 with 15 metres left to swim. So Eva's from Ballarat and is putting together a nice strong swim. Had an entry time of a 1:19.3 with 5 metres left to go. She's a chance to break that, but swimming nice and strongly is Heidi Church from MLC in that final 15 metres, and Heidi Church gets the heat win in a 1:18.56 with Eva in second and Alyssa Meddings in third. So really strong last 25 from Heidi there.
Certainly, certainly.
As we're now going to move along to event 163, the boys 13 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 4 heats. Our Victorian record stands at a 59.00 set back in 2011 by Nicholas Gronwald. We've seen them well, really working his underwaters in his other races. So watch him off the start here in lane 4, and he does that once more, pops up at the 14-metre mark, 3/4 of body length clear of the rest of the field.
Good start by Lamoille Jr. from Nuttall Swimming Club.
Yeah, nice strong opening 50 here from Lemuel. And he's pulled out to a 5-metre lead over his nearest competitor as he turns through this first 50 in a 31.13, with Bosco Dew in second and Jack Stonehouse in third. Again, he really worked those underwaters off the wall to his advantage, and
100%.
He's extended his lead here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very strong lead, strong lead.
So he's keeping that stroke rate up nice and high and well in this second 50. And now moving into second place is Jacob Ritchie's in lane 7. But it is all them well who takes this heat out in a time of 1:06.72.
Jacob Ritchie's come second with a time of 1 minute 10.75. And third is Cody Said from Terralgan with a time of 1:11.17.
So well, looked really comfortable there in that heat and showed off his impressive skills. It's really important for our swimmers to keep developing those skills, because they are just an important part of the race as the swimming at the surface.
Absolutely. Well said.
So we now move along to heat 2. Nice even start across the field here in Heat 2 with Luca Brown and Harrison Main starting to extend away from the rest of the field. Also going with them in lane 3 is Justin.
It's very much the top two swimmers at the moment that have broken away, but it's in third place is
Yeah, Justin sits currently in third behind Luca and Harrison. So Luca's been swimming well all week in a number of different events. Harrison Main's mainly been focusing on the shorter events and showing his speed, especially in that 50-metre freestyle. But it is all Luca Brown here in this 100-metre backstroke Heat 2 as he's continued to extend away in this second 50 as he comes underneath the flags and down to touch in a time of 1:07.59. We'll have to check that we don't go to the Hawkeye back up for that time. I think that may have come off his back as Harrison is in second and Miller third. So we've had 8 swimmers under the 1:12 mark through those opening 2 heats. So these swimmers here in Heat 3 will know that they'll have to put together a good swim if they're a chance to qualify for tonight's final.
absolutely, without question.
Ben Marilis and Will Lowe getting off to a nice strong start here in this opening 25. We've seen both of these boys swimming well these championships and have continued it here.
Absolutely, without question. Very strong start by those two.
So Ben has started to extend his lead over Will and will lead through this opening 50 in a time of 32.66 with Will Lou sitting in second and William Goldstraw in third. We saw Ben Marilis working those dolphins off the wall and use that to extend his lead over Will Lou through off that turn. So Ben has now got a body length lead over Will Lou, with William Goldstraw putting together a nice strong second 50 to challenge Will Lou for that second place. But it is Ben Marilis who takes this heat out in a 1:08.80, with Will Lou in second and William Goldstraw in third.
Strong finish there by Ben Marilis.
So it looks like that top 10 is sitting at a 1:11.77 to make it back for tonight's final as we head to our fourth and final heat. In lane 3 we have Sebastian Mansfield, lane 4 Hamish Knight and lane 5 Scott Robinson.
Very even start here by all three competitors.
Yeah, we could see that Scott Robinson really worked his underwater dolphins well and has now used that to just pull out to a slight lead over Sebastian and then Hamish. That nice fast tempo that Scott's managing to maintain from King's Swim Club is holding on to his lead through this first 50 as he turns through in a 36.33. Again, really good job from Scott with his dolphins, getting out to almost 8.5 metres off that turn.
Sebastian M has caught up a little bit, but Hamish is pushing Scott all the way here.
Yeah, there's a nice strong second 50 by Scott. He's maintaining that half a body length lead that he established off that turn. as he comes underneath the flags and is going to take Heat 4 out in a time of 1:15.30, taking over a second off his personal best time.
Hamish Knight from Box Hill Aquatic has got the time of 1:16.49, and Sebastian Mansfield has got a time of 1:17.12.
So nice heat win there from Scott Robinson in Heat 4. As we move along to event 164, the girls' 12 years 200 metre freestyle. We have 4 heats of this event. Our Victorian record was set back in 2010 by Gemma Schlitt at a 2:08.42. As Kira Jeffs, as she's done in a number of her races so far this championships, gets off to a nice strong start and leads through this first 25.
Really strong start. Really strong start.
So Kira leads through this first 50 in a 31.0, ahead of Jamie, with Matilda Clark in third. Once again, the far side of the pool is in the action early in the race. Kira Jeffs from Yarra Plenty Waves is looking nice and relaxed through this opening 100. So Kira does have an entry time considerably faster than the rest of this field, and she'll look to make sure she just does a really solid job in this morning's heat session to give herself the best lane for tonight's final as she turns through the 100 metre mark in a 1:06.16, ahead of Jamie, with Karma sitting in third.
Kira Jeffs really pulling away here from the rest of the field.
She's just been able to maintain that nice strong kick all the way through here and keep that stroke long and relaxed.
Yep.
Karma has now moved into second place, a bottle length clear of a nice tight battle for third between Jamie and Zoe. So Kira continues to extend her lead through this last 50. That kick has maintained consistent throughout the race as she works down with 15 metres to go. Karma is in second, but coming strongly and starting to challenge her is Zoe Gantz.
Very close finish here, very close finish.
But it is all Kira who touches in a 2:18.07, ahead of Karma and Zoe in third. So thank you, Zach, for joining us. Now Abdul is back in the co-commentated chair as we move along to Heat 2.
All right.
And Phoebe Balcom from Traralgon through that opening 25, putting together a good swim.
Yeah, definitely. She's about half a body length already ahead of the girls. So you know how we spoke yesterday, actually. We were talking about how the 200 is meant to have, your first 50 sort of meant to be your fastest one, and then after that, it's just holding that pace. You want to make sure that you feel like you're doing, harder, you're going harder, but you're actually not. You're keeping the same time, because that's the trick with the 200. The third one's going to get hard. The third 50, is going to get hard, so you want to make sure that you're controlled, nice, and not spinning your arms, which is what we're seeing here in the pool, actually. Phoebe's still holding on to her pace, but Octavia's slowly gaining her lead, and both of these swimmers are pulling away from the top half of the pool there.
Yeah, nice and relaxed tempo from all our swimmers here as they work their way towards the 100-metre turn here in Heat 2. And it is Phoebe who continues to lead in a 1:09.66 over Octavia, with Mika in third. So Octavia has now taken over the lead in this third 50, this all-important third 50. She's really obviously put a focus on this third 50 and is moving ahead of Phoebe with 25 metres left to swim in this third 50.
Yeah, it is a battle for the first there between the two middle lanes, but I think it's a clear second there for lane 2, Micah McCrone.
So with 25 metres left to go, Octavia has opened up a slight lead over Phoebe into this final 50. So those two are a body length ahead of our propulsion athlete Mika in lane 2. But it is Octavia and Phoebe who are going stroke for stroke with 15 metres left to swim here in Heat 2 of our girls' 12 years 200-metre freestyle.
It's going to be Octavia that's going to touch in first, 2:23.4. Phoebe in second, and Micah in third.
As we move now along to Heat 3. So the question, is 2:28 going to be enough to squeak into the final? Currently we've had 6 athletes at 2:26 or faster, but then we jump to some 2:28. But there's a number of athletes bunched in that 2:28 range from the first 2 heats. We'll be nervously watching this third seeded heat to see if they're going to be able to progress to the final. Azia Fong Sutton from Bendigo East getting up to a nice strong start in lane 0, but now moving through in lane 5 is Madison Brown.
Yeah, definitely Hannah Buchanan there in lane 3. She's looking strong, looking powerful. But it is lane 5, Madison Brown, just like you said, who's now getting a little bit of a lead there on the other swimmers.
Yeah, so Madison Brown does lead over Hannah Buchanan as we work through the 100-metre turn. Madison leads in a 109.62 over Hannah. And Vinci sitting in third. So they're out in a similar speed to that second heat. So we now has the ability to maintain that speed here in this second 100, especially this third 50.
Yeah, I think it's Madison Brown there in lane 5. She's clearly in front. And then you've got second place there. You've got Hannah Buchanan in lane 3. But then the Surrey Park swimmer in lane 3. You've got lane 6 and 7, Nana Wadding and Surrey Park again, who are battling it out for third. It is Madison Brown who's leading us here into this last 30 or so metres.
And she's really started to bring those legs in here in this last 50. Getting the support of her coach on the far side of the pool with that loud whistle. And she's got 15 metres left to swim and has put together a really good 200 here. Madison had an entry time of 2:25.86.
She's going to smash that.
As she comes underneath the flags to touch in a time of 2:23.01. Tight battle for second with Hannah touching ahead of Vinci.
So that's a 2-second PB there for Madison Brown.
As we said, it was that battles in that 2:28 range. With a 2:28.55, currently sitting in 10th position as we've got our 4th and final heat on the blocks. So in lane 5, Amelia from MLC setting the pace nice and strongly with Mary Steele in lane 9. So those two We've got a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field. Mary's continued her strong swim through the first 45 metres and will turn first in a 34.04 ahead of Amelia and Ruby Cullen in third. So we saw Mary's older sister up earlier today. So Mary's now having... So through this second 50, Ruby Cullen has now moved up alongside Mary Steele as those two are going to lead through in lane 8 and 9 through this first 100. It is Mary who holds on to the lead ahead of Ruby, with Amelia in third.
Yeah, good underwater there from Amelia. Gave her a good turn. Gave her a good lead as well.
So Ruby looks like she's fought back into the lead through this opening 25 of this third 50. As Amelia and her are going stroke for stroke, but Mary can't be discounted and is trying to respond in lane 9. So Mary is actually retaking the lead here with 15 metres to go in this third 50. She's really done a good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong here in this third 50. She's going to turn first at the 150 metre mark ahead of Amelia and Ruby in third. So our first three have remained the same for the whole race, but they keep swapping spots.
So the seated time's somewhere between 2:36 and 2:39. It is looking like Mary's holding on to second place here, and it is Amelia who's slowly in front.
So Mary has led for majority of the race, but now coming strongly in lane 4 is Chloe. Chloe has taken over the lead with a nice strong last 50 here, and the PLC athlete has moved just ahead of Amelia. But those two are going to go stroke for stroke underneath the flags, and on the touch it is Chloe who takes it out in a 2:34.08 with Amelia in second and Charlotte in third. Again, once again, some nice big personal best swims from our fourth and final heat of our girls 12 years 200 metre freestyle.
And coming up, we've got the boys 12-year-olds 200 freestyle. We've got 3 heats this morning.
So we've seen Harry McCraw swimming really well across his events and using those strong underwaters as he does once again to lead through the first 25 metres here in Heat 1. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 2:04.05, set back in 2010 by Nicholas Gronwalt. And Harry's looking nice and relaxed through this opening 50 as he leads ahead of our North Albury visitor in Lewis Krutzenberger. So he's bottling clear of the rest of the field, Harry, with Lewis in second and Fraser Nagel in third.
Yeah, he's got the fastest seed by 2 seconds across second place, so expect him to be really in front there. He already is 2 body lengths ahead. Comfortable, nice and easy. Watch out for his third 50. He might start sprinting actually in this third 50.
We've seen him drop some big times across this meet in a number of different events as he leads through the first 100 in a 1:05.98 with Lewis in second and Fraser Nagel in third. So again, staying nice and relaxed out in front is Harry McCraw. Doesn't look like he's under too much strain here in this third 50 as Lewis Krutzenberger is starting to extend his lead in second over Fraser Nagel and Jordan Silva. So through the 150 metres, Harry McCraw leads by almost 4 seconds over Lewis Krutzenberger, our visitor from North Albury. But it is all our Campbell Grammar Aquatic athletes here in Harry McCraw in Heat 1 as he's got 15 metres to swim. He's getting a little bit tighter in that battle for second with Fraser Nagel not letting Lewis get away.
I reckon it's going to be Harry in first, Lewis in second though. Harry's looking strong, 2:17's his time. He's just dropped about 4 seconds there. He'll be happy about that. He's guaranteed a final. Lewis in second, Ian Fraser in third.
So a nice strong swim there from Lewis in the opening heat. And I reckon there's a possibility that he'll be able to drop a little bit more time tonight in the final as we move now along to heat 2. Julian Birch using his strong underwater dolphins to set himself out into a nice lead. We know he's got speed. I think the question mark here is more his endurance across his events. He was a 50 freestyle champion. And he's using that early speed to pull out to a body-length lead through this opening 50 here in Heat 2. He turns through in a 31.19, ahead of Liam Paulson, and in third place is Nicholas Robson. So Julian maintaining his body length lead in this second 50 as he keeps his kick going nice and strong. With Liam Paulson remaining on his feet throughout this second 50 as Julian leads through in a 108.17. Liam in second, and those two have pulled and 2 body lengths clear of the rest of the field, with Nicholas Robson leading the charge. A nice strong turn and acceleration in this third 50 has had Liam take over the lead from Julian. We'll now see if Julian can try and stick as close as he can to Liam through this second 100.
Yeah, Julian's getting a little tight there. Liam got ahead of him. He's in first now. Julian's in second. Nicholas is catching up to Liam.
We knew that Julian had the speed. The question mark was on his endurance, and Liam's put together a really nice strong swim here and is continuing to extend away from the rest of the field through that third 50 and into this final 50 here in Heat 2. So Liam has really brought those legs in, keeping his tempo nice and high as Julian tries to hold on for second, with Nicholas Robson starting to close down the margin.
It is Liam Paulson all the way out in front, just like you were about to say.
Yeah, but yeah. Liam will lead through and take this heat out in a 2:18.69 with a nice PB there from Liam.
And Julian's going to go into second, 2:24. He held on, which is a good effort from him. Hamish, though, is just ahead of Nicholas Robson there, 2:26.
As we now move along to our third and final heat of our boys' 12 years 200-metre freestyle. So Benjamin Van Dyke from Yarra Plenty Waves in lane 4, off to the fastest start. We've seen both our lane 4 athletes set PBs in the heats this morning in Heat 1 and 2, so we'll see if that trend can continue here in Heat 3. Also swimming well is Gabrielle Wong from Lather and Wyndham in lane 6, and it is Gabrielle who's going to lead through this opening 50, just ahead of Benjamin Van Dyke, with Lucas Ding in third.
Yeah, it is Benjamin Van Dyke there who had the slightly better underwater, gave him a good advantage. Lane 3 there, William Cow for the MLC swimmer. He's gaining up a little bit and he's starting to give himself a little bit of a lead on the lane 4 swimmer.
So there's now William and Benjamin going stroke for stroke down this second 50 here in Heat 3. Benjamin maintaining that just slight edge, but it does look like that William's going to pull up alongside him as they head into this 100-metre turn. So William turns just 0.03 of a second behind Benjamin, with Ethan moving into third place. A nice strong turn there from William has extended his lead out to almost half a body length off the wall.
Yeah, it's important after that turn, you glide after that push. You don't want to start your kick straight away. Don't want to change your momentum or change the motion. You want to kick, glide, and then you start your kick, which is what William did there. Gave him a good half-body advantage on Ben Van Dyke, and he's kept that lead, and he's going to, coming into this last 5 metres.
We'll have a little bit of look to see if he can do that again off this final turn. That push, glide, then his dolphins, and comes up with nice speed and really works his legs off the wall to maintain that speed as he breaks through the surface.
Yeah, definitely. He's done that again, as you've just seen. He's given himself a whole body length clear now. He's well in front. William is going to be in first. Ben's in second. It's going to be a tight battle for third between lanes 2, 5 and 6.
So with 5 metres left to go, it is William from MLC who's going to take this at a nice PB swim of 2:21.82, with Benjamin in second and Titus moving into third. So that's going to be a nice competitive final tonight for those minor medals. It does look like Harry and Liam will be fighting for first and second, but the battle for third could be between the rest of the field. Behind the blocks now, we are moving to event 167, the boys 17-18 200-metre individual medley. 166 has gone to a straight final. So we're straight jumping back to our boys event straight away. It's great to have you all here joining us here on Kayo Freebies for our Day 5 heats of our 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. Our referees are just going to clear the athletes from event 165 before we move on to event 167. So Williams 1:21.82 is giving himself a nice centre lane for this evening's final of the boys 12-year-olds 200 freestyle, with our most experienced athletes now moving behind the blocks and preparing themselves for the 200-metre individual medley. Expect Dominic in lane 5 from MLC to really work these underwaters, as well as Callum, as they'll pop up in the lead ahead of the rest of the fields, as Dominic did push that 15-metre mark right to the limit. Callum came up sort of at 14.5, and they just got a nice lead over the rest of the field in that underwater phase.
Yeah, it is important to find that easy control speed in that first butterfly leg. You don't want to be fatigued coming into the backstroke. You don't want to lean on using it as that recovery leg. Finishes there on a full stroke, 26.8. Good effort from him. Good underwater from him as well. So you want to make sure, just like we've talked about yesterday, your backstroke kick should just be sort of used for balance there. Your arm should be used for propulsion. And yeah, backstroke should never be recovery.
So it is more aggressive than those 400-metre IMs that we had yesterday. So we do need to be attacking that backstroke leg, which Callum is doing, keeping his tempo up nice and high, with Tyler Theodore and Dominic battling nice and tight for second. So we now move through our backstroke to breaststroke turns, with Callum leading through in a 1:00.74, Tyler in second and Dominic in third. We know that Callum is a strong breaststroker, so don't expect him to give away any ground here in this third 50. So Dominic has now moved back into second place, 25 metres through this breaststroke leg, ahead of Tyler Theodore. So Callum Halloran Lavelle has continued to extend his lead here in the breaststroke and is out by almost 5 metres as he turns into the freestyle. Gets 4 strong dolphins off that wall, pops up and really works his legs off the wall in this opening 15 metres.
The MLC swimmer had an even better dolphin kick there. He gave himself a nice lead on the swimmers in lane 7 and lane 6.
Yeah, Dominic is really strong in those underwater portions of the race. but it is Callum who's going to take heat 1 out nice and comfortably as he comes underneath the flags down to touch in a swift 2:10.15, which is a nice small PB with Dominic in second and Tyler Theodore in third. So Callum looks pretty pleased with his efforts. There's a nice strong swim there in heat 1 of our boys 17-18 200-metre individual medley. It was good to see him swim a nice fast heat. You know, there was every possibility that he could have swum a controlled race there and still put himself in the final, but he wanted to have a nice hit out in this morning's heat session and ended up with a personal best. As we move now along to heat 2. So starting strongly in lane 8 as our backstroking superstar, Anthony Basumas. We do know that his breaststroke isn't his strength, so he will need to use his butterfly and backstroke to give himself a chance to be in contention here with the boys in the centre of the pool. James Lewina touches first in 27.90, head of Max Bosley.
Yeah, definitely. Anthony Basuris' backstroke leg's enormous, so he's going to lean onto that to give himself a big lead so that he doesn't fall too much behind in that breaststroke leg. But it is still Max Bosley there in lane 3 who's in front.
Yeah, Max Bosley's looking really nice and strong here in this backstroke leg with Joshua Carnes in lane 2 also going with him. Those two will lead through first and second at the 100 ahead of Anthony in third place. So Max Bosley has a body length lead over Joshua Carnes 25 metres into this breaststroke leg. Cameron Ricchini from Geelong in lane 5 is now starting to move through into second place. We know that Cameron is a strong breaststroker and he's using that to his advantage here to go past Joshua and start to make a little bit of ground on Max in this third 50. Max will lead by only half a body length going into our freestyle. So Max leads from Cameron, with Joshua holding down third place.
Yeah, it's going to be close coming into this last 25. I think it's Max though. Cameron from Geelong looking strong. They're both breathing towards each other. I think Geelong swimmer there might be touching in first.
As they come underneath the flags, it is Cameron who takes it out in a 2:12.45. with Max in second and Joshua Carnes holding on for third. So we're now moving along to heat 3 of our boys 17-18 200-metre individual medley. Nice strong underwater dolphins from Rio Hayashi, and he leads through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well from Surrey Park in lane 7 is Cameron McLeod.
Yeah, definitely. He's got that very strong pace right from the start, Cameron. I think Butterfly might be his strong leg there. But Rio Hayashi's he's dominating that one.
So Cameron leads through in a 27.59 from Rio, and in third place, Lloyd. So we are spread right across the pool here in heat 3. Rio's and Cameron both getting that stroke rate up nice and high in their backstroke leg to start to pull away from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, so Rio got that little bit of an advantage there from that underwater that he did. And also in lane 0 looking strong, Lloyd Dunk there from EDA.
So Rio is going to lead into the backstroke to breaststroke turn in a 102.30 ahead of Cameron, with Lloyd maintaining his third place. So Rio is probably the strongest breaststroker of those top three, but look for Owen Worsham to start to make his move, which even through just the first 15 metres of breaststroke he has done and moved up alongside his Surrey Park teammate Cameron McLeod. So Owen is now challenging for second, but Rio is well and truly in the lead here in Heat 3.
Yeah, Rio's a very good breaststroker. He's kept that lead. He's reducing the resistance with the water. He touches him first, 142.
So Owen has moved into second, with Zachary Meakin in third.
Yeah, so Rio's seated time, there's a 2:11. Watch out for lane 6 there, looking strong, Owen Worsham. Slowly gaining onto Rio. Equally looking as good as lane 2, there's Zachary Meakin.
So Owen is finishing nice and strongly in this final 50 and has come up alongside Rio and swum past him in this final 15 metres and takes the heat win out in a 2:16.35, with Rio in second and Zachary Meakin in third. So currently sitting in 10th place. So currently sitting in 10th place is that 2:17.21 as we move on to our fourth and final heat.
So the margins for this heat are much more closer. The fastest heats are 2:25.
And joining us now in the commentary booth is Tim Roberts.
Hey Tim.
Thanks Nick, thanks for getting me down mate for the morning. How's the morning been so far guys?
Yeah, it's been wonderful. We've seen a lot of PBs, a lot of 2-second PBs, a lot of action from lane 0s and lane 9s, not so much from lanes 4.
Yeah, that's what we like to see, some smokers out wide,
yeah,
coming through when they do.
And it is Brady that's leading us here. Full stroke, 28.2.
I know we've got a big morning planned.
Definitely.
Got a few 1500s to finish the morning, and also some 4AMs in there as well. But that might be a time final tonight, I think. So big session, a lot of swimming.
It is the last session, the last heat session of the Victorian State Age Championships. So expect it to be a big one.
Yeah, and just looking ahead, we've got the 200 backstroke coming up soon, and also the 2 fly and 2 breaststroke. So yeah. 200s, 400s, 1500s, big morning.
Big morning. We've also seen a number of national times being attained here by a lot of these swimmers. And coming into this turn here, Brady's at 104, leading the butterfly leg, leading in the backstroke leg. Let's see if he gives himself an even bigger lead in the breaststroke. He is well in front though. Nicholas gaining a little bit on Jacob in lane 4.
And,
also looking strong with that breaststroke leg, who's caught up quite a significant amount of gap there was Taylor Moxon in lane 6. He's caught up to Jacob in lane 4. It is still Brady though, who's first, 147. 1 second after him is Nicholas in lane 5. So Taylor Moxon there in third. He caught up a lot. He's now in third. It is a battle for first and second at the moment.
we have some good battle between these two coming down now with 10 metres to swim. Looks like Brady Thomason's probably got a slight lead here by about half a body length as he comes into the wall. Let's see what time he throws down. 2:21.
2:21. That is a 4 second, about a 4 to 5 second PB for him.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's huge. Massive gains right there.
That's the goal of Heat 4, isn't it? It's trying to get down those rankings as much as you can.
Yeah, definitely.
There's about 30 of these boys entered that, 35 give or take. So those guys at last heat are trying to push into that top 25 if they can. Move on now to event 170, the girls' 16-year-old 200-metre backstroke. And we have just the 2 heats of this one. So I guess The tactics for this one, only 2 heats, is do these girls maybe try and heat swim it and back off just a little bit, knowing that they can make a final, or which you don't want to back off too much, or do these girls still really smash it out in practice for nationals?
I mean, there's about 16 swimmers in total here, so if you can guarantee that you can beat at least half of your heats, it's sort of a guaranteed final there.
Yeah, there's a lot of familiar names in this one too. You've got Madeline Horvath, Kate Middleton, Mackenzie Hunter, we've called their names. We've also called Alana Torrance, Andrew Tolentino, Amelia Blake. So some names that we have called a fair bit over the past 3 to 4 days.
Definitely. So watch out for Kate Middleton there in lane 4. She's the fastest seeded by about 2 seconds.
Could also give a great shout out to how good our media team is here with our camera work that we've got going around the pool at this competition.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to get the media and good to get photographers and different angles as well. The Hawkeye camera we've seen earlier.
Alrighty, so heat 1 of 2 is underway here. Got a few swimmers missing, but this is always pretty common on day 5 of the meet, because a lot of these guys will have raced heats and finals for 4 days straight. Probably raced up to sort of 13, 14 times sometimes by now.
Yeah.
So they're pretty tired and pretty weary.
If you've got about 5 events and you final each of those 5 events, that's 10 events right there, and then add some relays onto that. It's a heavy program.
Yeah, exactly right. And these guys will have a couple of relays tonight to finish the program. And pretty tight across the first 50 here. Nicolette Wright letting us through at 34.1, but very tight there between 2nd to 3rd and 4th. So
yeah, so Nicolette there in lane 7, she was first at the turn, but now she slowly lost that lead, and it's now kind of evening up. So lanes 2, 4, 5, and 7.
Well, it looks like now Celeste Ellis may have just edged in front. And also having a really strong second 50 here is in lane 5 is Mackenzie Hunter. So we'll see who turns in first. It is Mackenzie Hunter. Well, pretty much dead even, though, between those two. But I'd say Mackenzie Hunter had the better of the turns there as she broke out in front of Celeste Ellis.
Yeah, she's definitely out in front now. She's utilising those underwaters, which is giving her a good advantage. Now into second place, I think it might be lane 2 there, Celeste Ellis from Geelong. So a good thing to note here is that some of these swimmers will not necessarily be aiming to improve their PBs right now. They're probably just aiming to make the finals. So 150 turn there from lanes 5 and lanes 2.
By about 0.4 of a lead now. You can see they're about 0.4 of a second. So not much separating them, though, that 150 metre mark.
It is Mackenzie out in front, though. Her PBs are 227.
Coming down the wall now. Finishing strong, though, is Celeste Ellis. Looks like Mackenzie Hunter will take out this first heat. 228.
Yeah, so this is Mackenzie in first, Celeste in second, and Kate Middleton in third. All right, so this time around, we've got the girls 16-year-olds 200 backstroke. We've also got only 2 heats. 2 heats? We've got 3 heats, sorry.
And just having a quick chat with one of our photographers there, sport focused. So we've got some great photographers around in pool decks. So if you do want to check out the action and get any photos, check out sportsfocus.com.au. Register there and you can download some great action pictures.
Yep, so just announced there was event 166, which was the girls 17 to 18, 200 IM, is going to a straight final for this evening session.
Pretty tight so far, Abdul, apart from over there in lane 3. Looks like Amelia Blake leading us through. But a good battle between second to fourth there between Alana Torrance, Andrew Tolentino and Erica Shaw.
Yeah, for sure. It is going to be lanes 3 leading us here, though.
This is the all-important third 50, so for these girls now, it's going to be who can really put their head back here and really kick hard, bring the legs in, probably lift the rate a little bit. And you can see these girls are going to try to reel in Amelia Blake here in this third 50. She is still looking pretty comfortable, though.
And it is still Amelia Blake leading us into the third turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, she is still leading here, and it's by about a second and a half. So it's a solid lead that she's now got, and she's coming down this last 50 down. It's a good battle, though, between second to fourth, as we're saying, between Torrance, Tolentino, and Shaw.
Yeah, it is Alana Torrance there that's slowly catching up now.
Yeah, these four girls, they'll probably make this final here at this stage. And it's whether or not they back off a little bit here, know that they're probably going to make it through. Who knows?
Yeah, so their times are 2:27.26 and Alana Torrance is 2:22. So they're going to go slightly over that. 27. Amelia in first, Alana in second, and
so around that 2:30 mark, looks like you're safely through to that final.
So we had 3 swimmers 2:30 and under in the first heat, and then we've got about another 4 swimmers there. So I'd say they are comfortably in the final. We're going to see them go much quicker tonight, hopefully. All right, we move on to the boys 16-year-olds 200 backstroke. We've got 3 heats this time around.
Alrighty, so now we go to the boys, the 200-metre backstroke. And have a look at that Victorian record, I should say. 2014, where Nick Gromwald threw down a solid 2:01.
Yeah,
Not
massive
bad.
swim. So coming into this first turn, it looks like Samuel Scadella from Western Melbourne Propulsion is nicely and comfortably in front. He kicks, he pushes off the wall, waits a little bit, glides, and then starts doing his underwater kick.
This is the thing too, isn't it? That's where training practice really comes in, is like being able to practice your turns under fatigue and being able to actually still get your breath in, still hold that breath underwater, kick, and get up and go. Because you can take off multiple meters off that free wall that you get.
It definitely can take up a couple seconds as well. Yeah, you got to get comfortable with oxygen deficit, especially with those long distances where you need to utilize your underwaters. And just off that underwater, Williams now got an advantage on Samuel Scadella. And into third right now, it looks like it's Tyler Norton from Tiger Sharks.
Yeah, William Link now, it is William Link, in lane 4 there. He's looking really strong here in his third 50. You can see him now starting to pull away from the field.
Yeah, not much kick from him though. He's just using it for balance.
Well, let's see what he turns it here, okay? So he turns it to 140, or sorry, 139, and it's about 3 seconds. So it's a big lead now.
That's a huge lead. So the Tiger Shark swimmer there might be in contention for second by the 15-meter mark, but they've got about 25 left to go. And it is William all out in front. Yeah, I think the Tiger Shark swimmer might get in front. Samuel Scadella's getting tired. Lactic lactate's building up. And it's going to be William.
Now. Let's see the time. 2:13. That's a great swim. You consider he's entered with a 2:14.0.
Yeah.
So
second PB for him.
I'd expect he'll go faster tonight as well.
Definitely. That's William first, Tyler in second, and Scadella in third.
All right, it's a heat 2 of 3 now in the water. Now, it'll be interesting to see how fast these boys go. So that fastest time there for William Link was a 2:13 in heat 1. And so as we're now starting to see a few people pull out. So it's an opportunity for some of these swimmers who are a little bit lower down the ranks here. Maybe they can push up, sneak into a final.
Yeah, definitely.
So that should be their motivation here in this heat. So they can nail this heat swim here, take off a couple of seconds. They could be looking at that finisher gates,
yeah,
8th to 10th.
I mean, for the heat session, I think the aim for most of these boys in those earlier heats is just to make the final regardless of PBs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, too, it depends on where you're ranked. I think if you're one of those really top swimmers, they'd want to be practicing going hard in the heats and then going hard in the final, because at Nationals, they can't afford to heat swim it.
That's right.
Depending on where they're at in their training too, the coach might say to them, yeah, just get through to the final, let's have a crack tonight. Just to put it depends, I think, on each swimmer as well.
Depends on depends on how long each swimmer needs to recover as well.
Yep, exactly right.
All right, and it looks like Tiger Shark swimmer again in lane 5. He's now giving himself a lead. Lane 3 there, the Ivanhoe Aquapower swimmer, Nicholas Highlands. Slowly starting to fatigue now in this third 50.
Yeah, you can see like Highland and Cunningham having a good battle now. Sitting in third over there, it looks like Oscar Campbell probably sitting in third. Although over close to us as well, might be Joshua Spiteri having a good swim as well. So I think he actually turned in third, did he? Yeah, I think he might have.
It was Alex Stone.
Alexander Stone.
Alex Stone and Oscar Campbell. It is still the Tiger Shark swimmer in front. I reckon he's going to take this heat out. So his time was a 2:15. Might be
coming down the wall now. 2:15, so a little bit slower than heat 1. 2:17s and 2:18. So look, at this stage, we'd say probably around that 2:18 mark is what you're going to be having to go to get into that final, that 2:18, 2:19. Now, this also depends on how fast heat 3 is here.
Definitely. I mean, we do have a 2:10 seated time and a 2:15 in the heat 3, so, there's anticipation that something might happen and someone might move up the ranks.
If you are in heat 3, you see those first 2 heats and you think you can go faster than sort of a 2:18, and you could be looking definitely at making safely through to a final.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we move on the final heat. Then we move on to some butterfly.
Alrighty, so we are underway here. And what a great start there from Justin Zhu in lane 3. Had a great underwater. So we've got no Daniel Makasanik, who was actually our fastest qualifier too. So that throws a bit of an opportunity out for someone else here. As the fastest qualifier he's not racing this event this morning. So it means that, you know, someone like a Paddy Byrne, Justin Zhu could be really pushing here to become the fastest qualifier for tonight and get that lane 4 position.
Yeah, definitely. Frees up one lane. Could potentially move up the finals cutoff time to 2:19, maybe 2:20. We'll see. It was even at the first turn, but it looks like Patrick being there in lane 5. He's down front by half a body lengths.
And so far this morning, Abdul, have the guys been getting close to their times in the previous events, or have they sort of all? Is there been a few seconds difference? Like
I mean, in the sprint events, you know, the 50s and the 100s, we've seen some huge PBs.
Yeah.
But in the slightly longer distances, we've seen some good swims, but not necessarily a lot of PBs.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty understandable this time of the meet. I think early on the meet, when you're a little bit fresher, it's always a bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. It also could have to do with some swimmers saving up. They don't want to race a 200 max in the morning and a 200 max in the evening. They just want to do it once.
Definitely. Look, Paddy Byrne now has put in a really strong third 50 here. You can see now he's still kept the legs really light. There's not much splash coming up from those legs. He's really rotating the arms. He looks nice and long. He's naturally a very tall boy with long arms as it is. But that's what you really want to look for in that backstroke, is that light legs, and they really rotate and they look tall in the water.
Yeah, definitely gives you an advantage. He's all the way out in front. It is a battle for second and third, though.
He's lifted his rate a little bit more here, Paddy, and he's got 25 metres to go, and he's going to take out this third and final heat. Be interesting what time he goes here. Look, I think it's going to be a little bit slower than those first 2 heats. He has an entry time of 2:15, so
Might go a little over that.
Maybe just a smidgen over that this morning. There you go, 2:16. So he's safely through that final. 2:21. So these guys might be sneaking into sort of a 9th or 10th position.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see the full-on results, but I think 2:18 they were safely through to that final.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, so event 172 now, the girls' 15-year-old 200-metre butterfly. And so we've only got in this event 13, 14 entrants. So to make that final is a good opportunity here for these girls. There's a good chance of making a final. So it's a grueling event, Abdul, as we know. We saw a couple of them last night.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to beat 2 swimmers, I think, in your heat, and you're guaranteed a final. So it's a pace. 200 fly, rule of thumb, pick a pace from the start. That's what you're going to hold for the whole thing. It's an endurance event. It's not really a sprint event. If you compare it to the 200 free, there may be some element of sprint in there, but with the 200 fly, it's just an endurance event.
Yeah, it's a grueling sprint almost, the 2 fly. But you'll see with these girls here, it's really important that they keep themselves nice and high in the water and keeping those hips up, because if you fatigue a little bit in a 2 fly and you get that last turn still to go, that last 50 can be a long way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Osborne there touches it in a 106.
Yeah, out nice and fast.
Looks comfortable in the water. You definitely don't want to swim the 200 fly an uphill battle.
Look, her entry time is 2:18, so be interested to see how fast she goes in the second 100. She turns in a 106, so she's going to be going a 112 in that back end 100 here to be on that sort of similar time. I'm not sure she's going to go as fast this morning. You wouldn't have thought she would.
And looks like we've got some very fast swimming going on this morning.
Yeah, some swim-offs. That's the best way to finish the morning, Abdul. We love a swim-off. We'll have to try and get the crowd involved in that one.
That's right.
And so Isabella Osborne.
Yeah, so her seed time's at 2:18. Now she's got about 25 left. She's clearly into the final. Fastest seed by a country mile.
So 2:21 there from Isabella Osborne, and we just got some news over our announcing there that we're not going to have 6 heats of 1500. We're only going to have 5.
Yeah, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. We're not going to have 20 minutes of 6 times around. It's just 5. Yeah. All right, and coming up now is Heat 2 of the girls 15-year-old 200 butterfly.
Yeah, so Heat 2 in the water now.
Yeah, so I think to get into the final, I think you have to go around that 240 mark. So nice and easy into the first wall, full stroke in, 32.8, Judy in lane 4.
Yeah, so out to 32, so out pretty comfortable. And we saw Judy Hussein Aman have a really good 4 a.m. last night. She took out the win there, where she pretty much led from the backstroke onwards. So it shows that she has a lot of endurance and fitness.
Yeah, definitely.
From MLC there in lane 4. So you'd expect her to be pretty strong in this second 100.
Yeah, expect her pace to be the same. If not, she picks it up just a little bit. Finishing on a full stroke, which is good to see. 111. Right on her tail, though, Kira in lane 5, Victorian swimmer. So stroke rates for these two swimmers are almost the same. They're literally shadowing each other. But in third place at the moment, it is Sarah from Geelong in lane 3.
I can just see a few technical officials standing in front of us here. We may have a bit of a problem with a touchpad down in lane 6, I think. Just confirming, or there might be something wrong there. There's a few officials marching around near us, so we'll find out soon what the go is. And so Judy on that last turn there looks pretty fatigued as she comes off. Still a really good streamline, though. You can see that she broke out well past the flags.
Yeah, she's still in front, though. I think she's guaranteed a final at this point. Her times are 2:29.
And Kira Carlin comfortably in second. So these two you'd think are well and truly through to the final tonight. Comes down there in a 2:30.3. That's a great swim, considering her entry time is 2:29. So yeah, she's almost gone under the 2:30 this morning. And I think she's got a bit more in the fuel tank tonight for the final. So I think we've got a really good final for tonight. And Kira Carlin there, sorry, to 2:34. And so we now move on to the girls' 14-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. And if you ever look at the Victorian all-comers record, a bit of a familiar name there, Liesl Jones. And so we are just fixing up, I think it might be a lane rope here in lane 5 and lane 6. I can see them down the far end there fixing something up.
Yeah, I think they're going to change the touch pads. Maybe.
I mean, there's a sport within a sport when it comes to our technical officials and the things that go on behind the scenes.
Got some MSAC team member action going on here, changing the touchpads right on the fly.
So we're almost getting ready to go. We're just fixing up. I think they might be tightening up a lane rope actually right now.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's tightening of the lane ropes. Maybe not the touchpad.
And we'll also make mention here, it's great that you're all joining in for us today on our live stream on Kayo Freebies. So if you've got some friends and family who are keen to check in on how you're racing, tell them to watch the Victorian Long Course Age Championships on Kayo Freebies. So it's a great opportunity for our sport to be exposed a little bit more online. I think Super Victoria are doing a really good job of actually branding our sport to be on live streams. You can see our camera work and the visual effects that we have now, and it's great exposure. And I think our sport sometimes does struggle with a little bit more exposure. So if you have got Kayo, you can tune in on the Kayo Freebies. And so we are just waiting to fix up this lane rope. So sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We are just getting ready to go.
Yeah, we've had this issue last night, actually, I think.
Yeah, the couple of lane ropes. Well, yeah, these lane ropes have a bit of... They get themselves put through, a workout every day.
Yeah. Just the waves generated from the swimming. I think you need to tighten those ropes a little more often now.
I think too, so as we just said before, we got a confirmation that we're only going to have 5 heats of the 15, not 6. And also looking ahead, we have a couple of 4IMs, which I believe will be straight finals. So they'll be raced tonight, those finals, the time finals. So, yeah, fastest heat tonight. And, look, having a big morning at 1500s, it's also good to see that you'll have an age group between that 14 to 18. It means that it's anyone's real game there, and I think it's great for the younger ones to be actually exposed to racing the older athletes in that 1500. And so we've also got now that brand new technology of the Hawkeye, which our officials are actually able to use now to distinguish if there is a result that's not quite correct, and they can view back and rewind, rewatch. And also it's a backup timing system for us. So if a swimmer looks up at the scoreboard and it doesn't seem like it's the correct time, there are chances for it to be fixed, which is great. I know back in the past, parents would have to film a race and then come down and try and have a chat with officials, and it used to be quite hard to convince them of that. But it's now the fact that we've got that evidence and that backup. It means it's really good for us if there is ever a mistake made.
Yeah, it definitely also means that, you don't have to bring, 21 or, 25 volunteers just to time keep.
Yeah, I think parents would probably be happy about it. They can just sit up and watch.
Yeah.
They don't have to have a backup timekeepers.
That's right.
Saves a lot of time, I think, too. And I know some parents will be having a time keep and their kid may have finished racing an hour early, and it's like, So I think it's great to have the Hawkeye technology integrated.
Definitely, yeah.
Just when I hear the word Hawkeye, I think of Test cricket.
Yeah.
I think of the LBW reviews in the Ashes is what I think of when I hear Hawkeye. And so
we're finalising
still got
the...
a bit of a delay here. I think he's still just trying to fix it up.
We have fixed it on one end, but we are now finishing it up on the other end of the pool now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, though. If you're ever an athlete and there are delays like that, it just sort of shows that warming up at the correct time is still really important. I think if you warm up too early and there is a little bit of a delay, you can lose that advantage of actually even warming up. And there's always that sort of happy medium ground. I think some coaches reckon the best time to be hopping out of the water is about 30 to 40 minutes before your race, so you're still activated and warm. anything longer than that, it can be a long time. You do sort of cool off and you can lose that activation.
Yeah, there's also, you have to make sure that you leave enough time as well. If you're going to put a suit on, you want to hop out. Because in case, the program might actually be going on for longer than usual. And they might be going on for, there might be delays and whatnot, or they might be going early. So
yeah,
I think the balance is to go about 45 to 50 minutes in case they're going early.
Yeah, so you're sort of hopping in sort of 50 minutes before it, you're swimming for 20, you're hopping out. It gives you enough time to be ready to go.
Yeah.
And I think he's almost fixed it up here. I can see now a few officials are over there with them as well. Everyone's involved here.
Everyone's involved. Bringing the whole crew down.
And so we've got an exciting couple of months ahead, though, for our sport of swimming, because we've got the age nationals coming up in about 4 to 5 weeks, and then we've got open nationals on the Gold Coast as well in, I think, about 6 weeks away or 7 weeks away. So not far away from sort of the prime time of our season. And then we've also got World Champ Trials here in Melbourne in June.
Do we?
Yeah, which should be great. So we'll have the world, all of our best swimmers are from around the country here in Melbourne again competing.
Is that for the Fukuoka Championships?
Yeah, for the World Champs, exactly right, yeah. So I think our sport down here in Victoria, we've sort of had 2 years where we really missed out.
Yeah.
Having that exposure of seeing the world's best. And we've had now the World Short Course Champs here in December, and then we'll have our World Trials here. So for all our younger swimmers, it's a great opportunity to make sure you get down in June to watch the best compete.
For sure.
Now, I think we've almost got this lane rope fixed. I don't count my chickens before they hatch, but I thought he had it set there. Maybe he hasn't got it right. And I can see a bit of a view there of, I think it's Port Melbourne there, and the Brighton beaches as well, maybe. Is that? Oh, I don't know where I am actually there on that. No, I don't think it was it? It was at Albert Park Lake, was it? Jeez, I'm out of loop there. Looks a bit different from that angle. So we've got the Grand Prix as well coming up here soon.
Yeah.
Surprised sometimes I haven't heard any cars zooming around the corner here right before our race.
That's right. It's also exciting. Sport in Victoria has really, amped up in the last year or so.
Yeah, it's good. Sporting capital of the world. And we can see here the lads are just doing the calculations, getting it all right, ready to go.
That's right. We've got a number of sports going on. We had the December Championships. We've got the World Trials, like you've said. We've got the Formula One. We've got the Australian Open. What else do we have?
I've got the football starting Thursday night.
Yeah.
Can't wait for footy season. That should be good. And so, look, tonight will be a great night of racing too, I think. Lots of finals to come.
Relays as well.
Relays as well.
Yeah.
When you look ahead in the program, a lot of these names that we've called throughout the program will be in finals again. And looking ahead, some big events tonight. Look, we've got the 50 freestyle, a couple of 100 freestyles, 100 backstrokes in there as well. So some good events, exciting events to watch.
Some short distance, but you finish it off with a 400 IM and a 1500 free. So
yeah, this morning.
Yeah, a well-rounded day.
I think it's always really exciting too when you see a younger athlete, 12, 13, 14, get their first national time. And I think we saw last night a swimmer from Yarra Plenty Waves get her first national time. And I think we are resuming to go. Yeah, so what we have done here is we've actually reseated the swimmers around lane 5 and 6 because of the lane rope problem. So the swimmers are in different lanes currently, but we've actually been able to get heat 1 of 3 in the water, which is the girls' 14-year-old 200-metre breaststroke.
So that is a smart way to go around with it. Yeah.
Just get the swimmers in, get them racing rather than making them sit around. Try and fix up the lane rope where they can. And so leading us through this first 50 there is Lily Kosh. Now, we called her name last night, I think, at the 4 a.m.
Yeah.
She had a really good swim.
She gave her relay last night as well. Very good.
Yeah,
very good advantage. She's a good breaststroker.
very good breaststroker.
And she was racing at Vic Opens, and she was putting in some amazing times. So
I was going to say, too, like her entry time here is about 5 seconds quicker than the next best in this 2 breast this morning. So you'd expect her to be comfortably through to the final tonight. And you can see how far in front she is already here at the 100-metre mark. Such a great stroke, really strong kick, really efficient across the top of the water. So it turns into 117. So probably, as you expect, maybe a little bit slower this morning going out.
I mean, she was very quick there on that split stroke. She was rushing it just a little bit.
And she's well in front now here at this 125 metre mark. She's probably about 10 metres in front here, so it's hard to find other girls on the camera at the moment. That's how far in front she actually is. So a good battle on for second, though, between Ava Candy and Annie Steele.
So it is Lily Kosh there. And Anna Kanzi in lane 2. So extending her lead, she's going strong. She hasn't dropped her pace. She hasn't started spinning her arms. Looks very controlled.
Yeah, she's kept the stroke nice and long. Probably lifted her rate a little bit more in this last 50, as you'd expect that you might lift the tempo a little bit. She's still getting a nice drive out of the legs, though, even though she is fatiguing. And she's coming down the wall now, 10 metres to swim. Now, as we said, entry time of 2:36, so let's see what she goes this morning. Probably around about a 2:41, maybe 2:42, if my maths is correct here.
2:43.
2:43, so I was close,
Close.
And so Ava Candy has had a really strong last 50 here, and she's going to qualify in second here.
Yeah. It's going to be Annie Steele in third.
Well, it's come up on our board there that Annie Steele's thrown down a 126. That's a pretty fast 2 breast.
That's a world record right there.
Yeah, so our touchpad's just fixing itself up right now. That's the beauty of Hawkeye, as we were just talking about before.
Exactly right.
So move on now to Heat 2. And they are still fixing up that laner up there. It's causing a huge problem for them.
The nemesis of those championships. All right, we move on to Heat 2 now. So there may be more than 3 heats.
I think we should still get them all into the 3 heats. We've had to reshuffle them around those 2 lanes.
Oh, yeah.
So then they should be okay. They're just maybe different lanes for this one.
Oh, yeah, true.
So Heat 2 of 3 getting up now.
So we have got the lane wrap fixed.
I think we've got it sorted.
Yeah.
How good's that? Alrighty, so Heat 2's in the water now, and Salia White leading us through, looking very strong here in this first 25. And it looks pretty tight though across the field though. It is going to be sort of pretty difficult for some of these swimmers, the fact that now we have a gap in lane 3 and also gaps in lanes 5 and 6. So we've got a group over here between lanes 7 to 9 and then a group on our far side between lanes 2 to 0.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is Salia White though leading. Very good split stroke. She got a lot of distance off that wall, which is nice to see. Have a look at lane 8 though. Misha Nicholson there from Laverton.
Well, yeah, in the middle of the pool there, Salia White, she has got clean water around her, so it's probably a good opportunity for her to try and increase her lead, break away from the pack. I know it's going to be hard for her to see anyone else around her.
Yeah.
Sitting in second place, it looks like it might be Olivia Flight there in lane, I guess lane 2 it is there, sorry. And we're coming down this 100-metre mark. Let's see what she turns in. Probably just about a 122, is it? Am I right there? 121.9. There you go.
Even faster.
Yeah, looking an entry time of 2:52. So she's giving herself every opportunity to go under 250 here, going out in a 120. So if she can split this next 100 in a 128, maybe a 129, she could be going under that 250 mark, which would be a good barrier for her to break.
And there is Olivia Flight there in second. Well, actually, she may be in a battle there with lane 8, Misha Nicholson. Nicholson's got a very long glide. As you can see, she's charging her legs. She's charging that kick. She's not quick to rush through it. Knowing the breaststroke's a leg-driven stroke, she's sort of relying a lot on that kick to propel her through.
Yeah, you can see she's lifting her rate a little bit here into this last turn. But it's a solid lead she's now got. It's by about 3 or 4 seconds here as they come down the turn. Well, it's actually about 5 seconds, sorry. So sitting in second place is Misha Nicholson. Over there in third place is Olivia Flight. So on this last turn now, she's going to look to try and increase her lead here. But finishing really strong over here is in fact...
Misha. Yeah, Misha's going strong.
Nicholson. Yeah.
So she's gained a little bit there on Olivia Flight in lane 2. But it is still Salia White well out in front. Have a look at lane 7 though. Madison Haywood. She's going to be in contention for third. Yeah, Olivia Flight's starting to fatigue now.
Yep. And coming down the wall now. She has played backed off a little bit here in this second 100. There you go, 2:54. It's a little bit over her time. And finishing second there is Misha Nicholson, followed by Madison Haywood. So around that 2:59, so under that 3 minutes is going to be making that final, you'd think, at this stage.
Yeah.
Depending on how fast Heat 3 is now.
So fastest seed in this next heat is Amelia Otto, 2:48. So we've seen Otto last night in a relay. She's put down some really fast swims. So watch out for her. She's going to be well out in front right from the start.
Yeah, so Heat 3 now in the water. Once again, those two middle lanes, there's a bit of a gap. So you've always got sort of two groups of racing going on now, because it's going to be very hard for the swimmers on the close side to us here to see the far side. Having a really good start there. Looks like Amelia Otto out aggressive there in lane 3, followed by Zoe Schneider and also Phoebe Perini. Phoebe's also a visitor from Albury, so I think we can only have one visitor through to a final. Sorry, two through to a final. Yeah, it is 2.
So it is Amelia Otto at the start. She leads us first. However, very, very close to Zoe Schneider in lane 4. Ballarat Gold looking very strong. I mean, look at that stroke from Zoe Schneider. When she stretches out all the way in front, she's not initiating her arms unless she's gone the full distance that she can before she starts slowing down.
Yeah, exactly right, Abdul. You can see that she's taking less strokes and probably gliding a little bit further on her distance compared to Amelia Otto. Amelia Otto looks like her stroke rate's probably a little bit higher. So it'll be really interesting to see this second 100 now, whether Amelia Otto can hang on to that rate and hang on to her lead, or will Zoe Schneider sort of swim over the top of her here in the second 100 after having a lower stroke rate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just like we've seen here, I mean, Zoe Schneider was slowly catching up to Amelia, but then Amelia got back out again because her tumble turn was really good. Not tumble turn, rather. Her turn was really good.
So Phoebe Perini also sitting in third place, and closer to us over this side, it looks like Jiu Su having a good swim as well. So, well, this stage the battle though between Amelia Otto and Zoe Schneider. Otto's hung on to that lead. She hasn't really gained anything on her there, Schneider. So this will be a good last 50, although they've really started to tighten up here. Let's see who leads here at the turn.
Yes, there is a media.
Dead even.
Oh, 2:07 for both the swimmers.
Yeah.
It's going to be very close. So out there in third is the Albury swimmer Phoebe Perini. And all the way up in lane 0 is 4th and 5th in lane 1.
And this is going to be a good battle into the wall here. 25 metres to go. And, well, Amelia Otto's increased her rate. She's keeping that distance. And she's actually starting to pull away here from Zoe Schneider as we're coming down the wall with 10 metres to swim.
Yeah, definitely. You would have thought she would have fallen back in that last 50 because of her high stroke rate in the second one, but she's kept it up. She's even gone higher, and she's given herself a nice lead, 2:51.
Yeah, good swim in 2:53. So those two girls are definitely through to that final there. And Phoebe Perini there at a 2:55.8. It's a 3-second PB for her. Yeah. So looks around that 3-minute mark, just under 3 minutes is what you're going to have to do to make that final.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be some really fast swims tonight.
All right, we're on to the boys, 14-year-old 2 breast. We can hear some slapping going on behind the blocks.
We've only got 2 heats. Then we move on to some 50-metre freestyle. And also, we welcome back Nick Van Dyson to the commentary table. Hey, Nick.
Nick the Wizard, welcome back.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Abdul.
I should probably just call you the heart and soul of swimming Victoria, Nick. That's what you normally get called.
The oldest swimmer, that's what I normally get called.
Yeah. Well, the veteran. All right, so just 2 heats of this boys, 14-year-old 2 breast here, and eyes will be on Harry Heath there in lane 4. An entry time of 2:28, which is a fantastic time. Going under 2:30 at 14 is always a sign of a really strong 2 breast.
And look at that link that he's generating out of his stroke in this opening 50. He's really nice and tight as he drives off his legs, staying tall and tight on the top half of his body as he turns through in a 34.12, ahead of Luke Gallagher and Harry.
Yeah, I think for him, you know, his next step now is going to be trying to get that 2:28 down to sort of that 2:26, 2:25 mark going forward. I think the really good 2 breaststrokers in this state, the open level, are going sort of under 2:20.
Yeah, so if you look at the Victorian age record, it's set back in 2019, a 2:19.73 by William Petrick. And we know Williams made some Australian junior teams in the breaststroke and medley events.
That's what his goal will be next, is to make an open team. It turns it to 1:12 there, Harry. So out nice and fast. You probably expect him tonight. He could probably be going out under 1:10, possibly in that final tonight.
I'm just really impressed with the length that he's being able to get out of his stroke here. Holding, you know, getting 2 to 3 metres out of every stroke he's doing. It's only going to be taking 20 strokes to get down the 50-metre pool.
Yeah. I will make mention here, Darcy Stewart there in lane 5 had a really good second 50. And he's probably got himself in second, but also out far in lane 0, Harry Liu having a very good swim too.
It is all Harry Heath through the 150, with Darcy sitting 6 metres behind in second, and that nice title battle for third. With just the 2 heats here, that could be important to get in that 3rd and 4th spot in this opening heat to give himself the best chance to make it back for the final tonight.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to leave any chances. I know there's not many entrants in it, but you don't want to flirt with danger and possibly heat swim it too much and miss a final. So Harry comes down the wall now. Let's see the time.
Has picked up his rating over these last 15 metres.
Good swim. It's a good swim there, 2:30.9. I'd expect him to go a little bit quicker tonight as well. And looking at this now, that 2:45 is probably what we'll cut it off at here. Is like that's what safely get you through to that final. That 2:45 mark is around there is what you'd want to be going to make safely through to that final. So it depends on now how heat 2 goes. Now we'll make mention here that lane 4 here, Jonathan Leong hasn't got his race bathers on, so I'm interested in what he can do in his funkies.
With his little chuckle pre-race, I'm not sure if he either ran out of time or maybe had a bit of a suit malfunction.
Oh, yeah, all of the above, maybe.
But it is nice and even across the heat 2 here, with a strong start in lane 8 from William Upston. Warragul Swimming Club member is out to an incredibly fast start. I think he might be chasing a time here as he turns through the 50 in a 33.54.
Yeah, it's a strong first 50, isn't it? 33. Look, maybe he's possibly going for his 100 time. Or maybe his coach has said go out and attack the first 100.
Yeah, our 50-metre qualifying time for Nationals was a 34.12, so he's under that at the 50-metre mark.
Easy under that.
If he is chasing the 100 time for our 14-year-old boys in their breaststroke, it is a 1:15.20. So we'll see if he can maintain the speed, if that's his target here in this first 100 of the 200.
Well, I think he's going to comfortably go under that. And there you go, 1:13. There you go. Yes, he's got the 50 and the 100 time. Well, I mean, you know what? He's got the 50, 100. Can he hang on and go for the 2 now?
And the tempo has slowed significantly out of this wall, so it does look like he was going for that 100-metre time. So congratulations to Will. Make sure you finish the race legally, and then you're going to be off to the Gold Coast in a month's time. But coming through in the middle of the pool is now Nikolai Trothamurthy and Jonathan.
Yeah, these two boys in lanes 4 and 5 having a good battle now. Looks like it might be Jonathan Leong just slightly edging ahead of him now as they're heading into this final turn.
As they turn together through the 150, with Nikolai 0.2 of a second ahead, and Zachary Shearer now moving into third. So again, really strong turn then from Nikolai, and he's extended his lead out to a body length in the first 25 of this last 50. Coming strong is Zachary Shearer in lane 6, and he's reduced his margin to the 2 leaders down to 2.5 body lengths.
Yeah, you could see his last turn there. He really accelerated off the turn. He's gaining with every stroke. He's going to finish with a wet sail. I'm not sure. I think he's going to run out of room, though, here to reel these two boys in, though. And Nikolai Trothamurthy is going to take it out there. 2:39. Bit long on the finish there from Jonathan Leong, but I think he did get second. So 2:46.8 is our 4th place in that heat. So that's probably about 10th. If my maths is correct.
Yeah, we should have 6 heat from that, 6 through from the first heat. Oh no, it looks like we're going to go 5 and 5.
Okay.
5 and 5.
There you go. So move on now to the event 176, the girls 50-metre freestyle.
A Victorian record set back in 2011 by Kutuku Nagawati at a 25.74. We've got 7 heats. So away here in heat 1, Andrea Tolentino in lane 6, super quick off the block, but Giselle Davey comes up in the lead.
Yeah, Giselle Davey has been dominating in this championship. She's pretty much got the fastest seat in a lot of events. She's dominating in this event. She's out in front. But have a look at lane 6 though, the Surrey Park swimmer, Melbourne Swimming Club swimmer, I should say, Andrea.
So it is Giselle and Andrea Tolentino who will take this heat out as they come into the wall.
Andrea touches in first. Giselle second. Skylar in third. All right, we move on to heat 2 now. We've got 7 heats this morning.
Strong start from Amelie Vulik in lane 6, using those strong Dolphins to come up in the lead, but now moving through in lane 4 is Tallulah Rush.
Yeah, Tallulah's looking really strong, but also looking strong is lanes 4 and lane 6. You've got Lana Torrance, who's had an amazing weekend, and Amelie Vulik as well.
And Alana Torrance has moved into the lead with 5 metres to go and comes into touch in a time of 28.04.
So yeah, huge swim there for Alana.
So that first heat we had 4 swimmers under the 28-second mark. No one under the 28 in heat 2. So there's plenty of spots are available in this final if our swimmers here in heat 3 can put together a good performance.
Nice underwater there from Georgia King in lane 6. Looks like lane 4 there, and Rita, the MLC swimmers, out in front.
Yeah. And Rita Subramania just having a slight lead over Madeline Doyle and Greta Knapp on either side of her. She started to extend that lead through this last 15 metres and does look like she's going to comfortably take Heat 3 out here in a time of 27.57, with Greta in second, also under the 28-second mark. So it's going to be tight for spots in that final tonight for our 16-year-old girls as we move now along to Heat 4. Even start across the field here in Heat 4. Kiara and Lila in the middle of the pool, edging out to a slight lead, but really all 10 girls still in with a chance to take Heat 4 out as we come underneath the false start rope with 15 metres to go. It is Kiara Hutchinson slightly ahead with 5 metres still to swim as she pulls clear and takes this heat out in a 28.97.
Huge swim there.
So first time under the 29-second barrier there for Kiara.
It does feel different to drop about, from 1 second to the other in a 50-metre freestyle.
It just sounds so much faster,
Yeah.
28 point versus a 29.0.
That's right. Yeah.
Underway here in Heat 5. In lane 9, Madeline Pearce from Ballarat Gold starting really strongly. Also going well, Clara in lane 3. Those two lead through the first 25. As we approach 15 metres to swim, it is now Clara who's moved just ahead of Madeline. But Madeline's responding in this final 15. Those two are going to be going neck and neck underneath the flag, stroke for stroke. And it is Madeline in lane 9 who takes that in 29.19. Clara in second and Misha in third. Okay, now we move, I think, to the most important heat of the event. In the centre of the pool, we have 5 athletes who are currently sitting on a 30.0 as their personal best. Let's see if we can get any of them under that magical 30-second mark.
The big 29.
Nice, strong Dolphins. Mahala and Amelia in lane 6 and 7. But in lane 4, Georgina Mitchell leads through the first 25. Also swimming well is Jasmine Scott in lane 9. Georgina Mitchell has a slight lead with 15 metres to go over Jasmine Scott as they come underneath the flags. It's all about who can get their hand on the wall on a full stroke. And it is Jasmine Scott who breaks the 30-second barrier in a 29.75. With 5 of our athletes there joining that sub-30. So nice, close race there with 5 swimmers swimming under 30 seconds for the first time.
I've seen some lane 9 and lane 0 action this morning. And some, I think it was also in the last night session as well. So,
as we now move on to our 7th and final heat. Strong Dolphins underwater for Dinah Barnett in lane 6. Leads through the first 25 metres. Has got a quarter of a body length lead over her 3 competitors. She's maintained that through the first 35 metres. Now starting to make her move is Alexa in lane 4. But it looks like Dana is going to hold that lead she had from the start right through the finish. And she comes into touch in a time of 29.97 and gets under 30 seconds as well. So plenty of action there in Heat 7 as we move now along to event 177, the boys 16 years 50-metre freestyle.
That's going to be a quick one there.
Our Victorian record stands at 23.15, set by Caden Gill in 2015.
And the fastest seed here is 23.7.
So Caden Gill is currently standing on the far side of the pool as he's now doing some coaching work with South Gippsland Bass. So if you see a purple shirt on the far side of the pool in the back of the shot, that might be Caden. He'll have a quick look to make sure his age group record stands just at least another session. And it is Ashley Nichols from Traralgon.
Yeah, look at the waves created there. It is lane 4. Yeah, Ashley, like we've called, half a body length already to the 25-metre mark.
Is nice high tempo and really getting onto his catch as soon as he had those hands into the water. He's pulling himself clear of the rest of the field here in Heat 1 as he comes into touch in 24.25.
24, huge swims.
Can we please have the swimmers in the swim off of the mid 160 down to the start and end of the pool, please? That is the swimmers on the swim off for the mid 160. Thank you.
Nick, I don't think there's any more exciting words in Swim Victoria than swim off.
I knew you were going to get very excited when you.
Oh, mate, I love it.
Do you know
I'll live for it.
And we've got two. We've got two swim offs. So that's
Two.
It will be a great day as we move along to Heat 2 here of our boys 16 years 50 freestyle. Really strong underwaters from Felix Dressel de Bruin. He pops up in the lead. Going with him in lane 3 is Jacob Lawrence. Those two have the early lead through the first 25, and also challenging is Heath Corrie.
Jacob Lawrence there, I think, might actually be in front. Is he coming down the wall? Is it Jacob Lawrence takes it out on the touch? Or, no, sorry, it was Felix Dressel de Bruin, 24.66, followed by 24.71. Yeah, lovely Swimming Victoria officials have been bringing around some fruit and vegetables there. It's always good to keep eating healthy. Yeah, 8.3's in the water now. Liam Malloy is in lane 4, not known as much of a sprinter. Very good 100-metre swimmer. So
he's also tackled the 200-metre individual medley yesterday, so he's expanding his range a little bit here.
Ethan Ravensdale there in lane 3 with the long arms. He's probably leading here. He's coming down the wall. Let's see the touch. 24.72 followed by 24.90.
So currently sitting in 10th position, I think, is a 25.16. Or no, 25.13, I think. 25.13 is required to finish in the top 10 after these first 3 seeded heats. We'll see if we have any surprises here from our non-seeded heats.
Well, there's always a surprise in a 53.
Starting really strongly is William Link and Jacob Nimmo in lane 0 and 1, and they have the early lead through the first 25. Also going fast in lane 7 is Joshua Spiteri, and he's challenging for that heat lead, but it does look like it's on the far side of the pool. William Link, will he hold on, or will Joshua get there?
Where's William Link there? Yeah, 25.72.
We're seeing plenty of action out in lane 0 and 1 all through this morning's heat session. As we move now along to Heat 5. Getting the best of the starts in lane 6 is Tyler Land, and he leads through the first 15 metres, but coming up alongside him now is Zachary Gordon in lane 4, and Zachary's taken over the lead through the 25-metre mark.
I was going to say, I could see Zach Gordon really start to pull away there, but also having a really good swim there from Doncaster, Thomas Radford, also looking quite strong, but it looks like it will be Zach Gordon taking this one out.
25.91, taken off nearly a second off his personal best time there.
That's huge in a 50.
So we now move along to Heat 6. Zach looks pretty pleased with his efforts, as you should be. Rory McConville in lane 1, getting the best of the starts, and he's maintained that lead through the 25, but now he's starting to be challenged right across the field. It's a nice tight race here in Heat 6. Rory still continues to slightly lead with 15 metres to go, but it's anyone's chance as they come underneath the flags. Rory's holding on. Can he lead from start to finish here? and he does take it out in 26.87.
Ooh. I think we had a dead heat there for second there
Triple,
as well.
triple dead heat. Triple dead heat.
27-1-1. I was going to say, I looked at that time. Oh.
So Rory just managed to hold on against the triple dead heat from Ethan, Matthew, and Matthew.
So now moving on to heat 7 of 7. And so for these boys here at times of 27.4 and 27.5, but they want to be pushing down into that 27 low range if possible here.
And in the middle, Nicholas Mitchell does lead through the first 25 metres, has a slight edge over Benjamin, with Connor sitting in third. And he's continued to build his lead there in lane 4, and he's pulling away through this last 15 metres, and he's going to take out heat 7 in a nice time of 26.76.
Oh, that's a great swim. Under the 27. So move on now to event 178, which is the girls 12:13 4 IM. So this is a timed final, and we have our other timed final tonight.
Sorry to correct you, but this is our swim-off.
Is it now?
This is our
Sorry,
swim-off.
I was looking ahead at our next one. My bad. I got a little bit ahead of myself there, Nick.
Yeah, so this is our swim-off between...
Well, hang on. I'm not sure it is. Oh, maybe it is. Well, these guys look ready to go down here at this end, because if they're doing a 50 swim-off, I'm not sure why they're diving in from our...
But no, it is.
scoreboarding.
We saw this 100 freestyle by
100
Sion and
freestyle.
Remy. I think this is for a place in the reserves bench, though, not a spot in the final, if my memory is correct. I think this is for first reserve.
Well, let's see what they can do here. Really good start, though, from Romy Hurd.
Yeah, Romy off to a nice, strong lead. Earlier in the session, these athletes posted a time of 101.73. So we'll see how they go compared to that this morning.
Well, Romy's turned by about 0.2 of a second in front of Sion. So
101,
a small lead.
So 101.73. We always see someone go faster in a swim-off, so we'll see how these two go. And it is tightening up. Romy's maintained that slight lead, but
she's catching up to it now.
Sion's coming nice and strongly with 15 to go. Romy's maintained this lead of just an arm length, and he's actually now starting to pull away in the final 5 metres, and we'll take this swim-off out in a time of 1:00.43. Both of them swimming faster than they did earlier, and that would have been enough to qualify for the final by right.
Yeah, well, you called it there, Nick. You said both would go faster there, so you got that call right there. 1:00.43. It's a great swim, though. It's a 1.3 second PB off this morning. Well, off, maybe an hour ago that they swam, hour and a half ago, maybe.
Towards the start of the morning, as now we have a bit of a Surrey Park battle here for event 178.
I know Anthony's their junior coach over there at Surrey Park, doing a really good job with that sort of 12 to 13, 14-year-old age group.
So these 400-metre individual medleys are timed finals. We have 2 heats. The fastest heat will be swum tonight. So a bit of a reseed with Ella moving into lane 4 and Macy in lane 5. I'm guessing that means that Vinci may have secured a spot in the final. We'll have to wait to the final session to see who are our 10 athletes competing tonight, as our Surrey Park teammates go neck and neck through this first 50 and both turn through in a 34.
Well, these two, you'd think, being the same age at the same club, probably do a lot of 4 AM work together at training. So, training partners hitting it out together.
So, Macy Snike, I was talking to her last night. I was a little bit disappointed. She'd finished 11th in the 200-metre breaststroke, so just narrowly miss out on that final. So, this is a time final. So, she'll obviously try and post a time that can knock off someone in the fastest heat tonight to put her on the point score for Surrey Park.
Exactly right. And then for these girls, it's still a great opportunity to race their 4 AM this morning. And then, next year or into short course season, hey, they'd be trying to make that final.
So Macy extended her lead to out to a second and a half at the end of the butterfly as we move on to our backstroke. In our backstroke leg of this 400 metre IM, it's really important to try and keep that tempo up as high as you can. We've just swum 100 butterfly. We can't use the first 50 of backstroke as a recovery from 100 butterfly.
I think that's what the trap that a few junior swimmers will fall into, is to really back off in the backstroke.
So Macy's doing a good job to hold that lead that she established over Ella in that butterfly. So they're going stroke for stroke here, in time with each other as they approach the 150 metre turn.
Sorry, Nick, I was going to say, both did good streamlines off the wall there too. They got pretty much to the flags off that turn, which is great.
If you think about the 400 metre individual medley, there's a lot of walls involved, so you need to make sure you maximise them. And it's not so much your dolphins off the wall, but it's also that push and glide, which is your free speed.
Yeah. I think that's like something that junior swimmers you do learn a lot more as you get a bit older, is using your legs to push off the wall, just glide before you actually bring your kicks in. I think a lot of swimmers will make that mistake when they're a little bit younger too. Is you push off, you start kicking straight away. Yeah,
it should be an explosive jump off that wall. If you think about it, if there wasn't any water, you should be trying to jump as high as you can off the ground. As Ella's now taken over the lead at the conclusion of the backstroke with a nice strong second 50 of backstroke there.
It was a really good backstroke like there.
So we saw Macy finish 11th in that 200 metre breaststroke. So she'll be looking to make a bit of a move here in this breaststroke leg. They're both doing a really good job of making sure they are finishing their kick-off and stretching out nice and tall between each stroke. As you start to get fatigue, it's quite easy to rush onto your next stroke before you finish that kick in your breaststroke leg. And Macy is using her strong breaststroke to start to pull out a lead over her teammate here. So she's gone from trailing by about a second at the end of the backstroke. So she'll lead by about a body length as we turn into the second 50 of breaststroke.
Good split stroke too from both the girls there.
Getting feet past the flags off that wall, which is good to see.
You expect that Macy, being the stronger of the two in the breaststroke leg, would try and build her lead a little bit more here. And then she's going to try and hang on in that freestyle.
So Macy is continuing to extend that lead as we expected here in this breaststroke leg. Both girls doing a fantastic job of getting that distance in their stroke while still trying to keep your tempo up. Although it's a 400 metre IM, it can't be a slow tempo. It needs to be an upbeat tempo. So Macy's extended out to 2.5 body lengths as we use our Hawkeye overhead camera to look at our breaststroke to freestyle turns.
Another good freestyle turn again there, like a good streamline off the wall. Both once again getting perched to the flags, which is great. And so Macy has a pretty solid lead now after that breaststroke leg, but can she now hang on in this freestyle?
So now it's a good chance to have a bit of a look at their entry times. Macy had an entry time of 6:07.7 with Ella at 6:08.4. So they've got just about a minute now to get down to the far end and back to swim their personal best. But it does look like we've got a good chance here with a strong last 50 of swimming a couple of personal best swims here.
Yeah, so look, it is about a 4-second gap between these two here in this last turn.
And Ella's trying to bring those legs in nice and strongly in an effort to chase down Macy, and she has been reducing the gap slightly in this freestyle leg. Macy's now trying to really bring those legs in that last 25. As again, it's almost like they're in training and swimming side by side trying to match their strokes up. Their stroke rate's almost identical here in this final 15 metres. And it will be Macy who's going to take this heat out and go close to breaking the 6 minutes. 6:00.05.
That's a huge swim though. 7 seconds off. And Ella Yap's also taken off 6 seconds off her entry time. So both have gone big PBs. They give each other a hug. That's great to see. Teammates, probably squad teammates as well. Probably makes it a lot easier for these two girls to swim this race when they know they've got one of their good friends racing it with them.
And I did see Macy there just collapse after that. And I know that feeling post 400 IM, so I definitely appreciate.
I can imagine. They both look pretty happy too, which is good.
Whereas I'm not sure, Tim, if you've ever experienced a 400 metre individual
4
medley.
AM's something that I'd avoid, mate. 4 AM's a little bit too daunting for me.
Okay, now so we're now going to move to event 179, I believe, or are we jumping straight to our 15s? We will see.
Look, it wouldn't surprise me if we're jumping to the.
No, it is. That is Titus in lane 3, so it is our 400 metre individual medleys.
Yeah, just the two boys here, so we've got.
But I'm just a bit confused.
We've got an away. Who's? I'm a little bit confused here too because we've got.
Maybe he's recently changed clubs and it hasn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, that must have happened because I'm looking at that. Yeah.
Yeah, the caps don't quite match up with the club names in the programs, but we are away here in Heat 1 of our boys 12 to 13 400 metre individual timed final.
It's Scott Robinson having the best of the butterfly, looking really strong here early. You see how nice and high he gets those hips out of the water with that kick. And a nice early breath too. You can see he really gets the head down.
Yeah.
So Nick, in a 4 AM, in the butterfly leg, what do you prefer to breathe on every stroke in the fly? Try and get your air in? Or have you always felt when you used to do it, try and keep the breathing twos to keep your hips up and keep your rhythm going?
Yeah, I've always been a predominantly breathing every 2 person in all my butterfly.
Yep.
Apart from maybe a 50 fly where you're reducing your breathing. I would just go to that my natural rhythm in that 400 IM and try and do the butterfly again. Work on that good body position, trying to get it done as fast as possible, but almost feeling like at the end of that butterfly leg, I hadn't expended any energy whatsoever.
Yeah, because I think that's the key, isn't it? It's like you've got to go out pretty hard in your fly, but you don't want to use up all your fuel tickets in the fly when you've got the back, breast and free to come. But you don't want to leave too much room behind as well.
No, so Scott's done a really good job. Turn through there in a 1:14.1. So yeah, so a good 400 metre individual medley swimmer. Their butterfly and freestyle legs will be pretty much the same time.
Yeah.
And so if you think how fast you see them attacking that freestyle leg at the end, you have to get out nice and fast in that butterfly.
Yeah.
So Scott's doing a really good job maintaining his nice strong kick here through this opening 50 of backstroke, sitting nice and high in the water, but looking relaxed and smooth.
I think too, no matter how fast your freestyle is, you're going to be pretty tired at the end and pretty fatigued. So you've got to be out fast in the fly, not leaving too much room for air in the freestyle.
So Scott continues to extend his lead here. He does have an entry time significantly faster than both Titus and Michael. So it's no surprise that he is out in front as he's keeping that tempo up in his backstroke leg during this second 50. So in the backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle legs, what the focus is for most of them is trying to be strong on that first 50 of that stroke and then max effort in that second 50.
Yeah, I think coaches do sort of talk about that, don't they? That you want to sort of build that each 100 almost, that you're trying to then really come into that wall at the end of that middle part of that 100 there, nice and strong, into your backstroke, into your breaststroke, carry that momentum into your breaststroke.
Exactly. So you don't want to be starting slowly each 100. You need to be starting fast, but making sure you're establishing your rhythm of that stroke, not just spinning.
Yeah. So I think that's what a lot of coaches talk about in the breaststroke in 100 breast, is that some swimmers make the mistake, and when they turn to the breaststroke, they try and go really hard there and actually sort of lose that rhythm in their breast early. I think it's still really important you consolidate the first few strokes off the wall. It's still long and relaxed, and then you try and build that 100.
Yeah, because it's all making sure you've got the power as well as your rate. So you need to make sure you're feeling the water. And Scott's doing a really good job. As you watch off this turn, he's got out to 8 metres before he comes to the surface. And then in a 400 metre IM, some of our more senior athletes would be quite happy to get 8 metres off the wall in a breaststroke turn.
Yeah.
And he's doing that at the ripe old age of 13. Again, still keeping that tempo up nice and high here, Scott. In this second 50 of our breaststroke leg, he's driving, squeezing tall before he moves on to his next pull.
Well, we expected him to be a fair distance in front, didn't we, in this heat?
Just a reminder, if we could please have our people who are doing the lap counters down to the end of the pool, please.
So that announcement can only mean one thing. Our 1500s are coming up nice and soon. Whereas Scott now, straight into his freestyle. And what I love is on his legs straight away. Again, the temptation here is sort of to build slowly into the freestyle. We need to attack that last 100 right from the start. Give yourself the best chance to post the overall fastest time. As Titus and Michael are neck and neck through that breaststroke to freestyle turn.
Now, their entry times for Michael and Titus is 5:55 and 6:03. So, for Michael, it's going to be, can he get under 6 minutes for the first time? And for Titus, can he maybe look at trying to push down to that 5:50 region?
Okay, now a strong last 50 here from Scott. He's really brought his legs in. And he's a chance to absolutely smash his personal best here. So at an entry time of 5:44.82. He's got 25 metres to swim and just under 30 seconds if he wants to break his personal best. So he's going to be well and truly under that as he comes underneath the false start with 15 to go. His legs are just getting stronger and stronger in this last 50 as he's accelerating into the wall. Let's see if he can get his head down from the flags. Very good job there. Into touch in a 5:34.
Yeah.
So really strong swim there. 10-second PB from Scott. As our battle for second is now going to enter the screen as those boys have got 15 metres left to swim now. And it is Titus who's trying to battle back against Michael. They're going neck and neck, 5 metres to go. And Titus has pulled up alongside Michael. And it's on the wall. It is Titus Tang who gets the touch in 5:59.81. With Michael going under the 6 minute mark for the first time in a 5:59.97.
Great swim from those three boys there. Difficult circumstances as well. A 4 a.m. at 12 years and 13 years of age at the end of a 5-day meet.
So we're now moving on to our 1500s.
So we have 5 heats of this, Nick, not 6 anymore. And we'll sort of go through as we start this race here, the breakdown of categories that we've got going on through here, because it is a mixed 14 to 18. So there's going to be sort of a few battles within battles going on within battles.
Yeah, there's sort of 4 different events going on here within the one event. Because we are splitting these up into 14-15 is one age category for both our male and females, and then 16 to 18.
Now, if you have a look at that Victorian record set by Mac Horton for the men's, that is, not the women's, but he went 14:44 for a 1500.
Pretty solid swim there. As it's Oliver McCormack who's off to the nice strong start. So Oliver McCormack is a 14-year-old, so he's competing in the 14-15 boys event. And this first 100, this is the free 100.
Yeah, it is. Free hit. Get out there, relax. You feel pretty good after the first 100 normally. Oh, this will be all right.
This will be easy. It is important to make sure it is a relaxed, speedy 100, though. You can't overwork it, otherwise you'll definitely pay for it later on.
Look, I know so coaches as well talk about the beauty of a 15 is that there's so much room for improvement. Is that, let's say you do a 1500 at a meet throughout the season and you really didn't work your turns very well. Well, then the next time you do race it, you've got, 28 turns I think it is. So then practice that.
You can see that you haven't done a 1500 before.
29 turns, I think.
30 laps, so yeah.
29 turns, yeah. But, yeah, you got more room to fix up these little errors that you can make.
Okay, so Oliver McCormack's first 100, that was the free hit in that first 100. So now, as we move on to our second 100, this is where we're going to start to establish our rhythm and the speed that we want to hold for the remaining 1400 metres. So we'll start to take a little bit of note of the times these swimmers are posting as they go through the hundreds to try and work out what they're able to maintain, and then we'll be able to work out what time they're likely to swim as they're going through.
I was also speaking to a lot of coaches about 1500s when they get their swimmers to do it, that they call it the 3-500 blocks, that you break it down to 3 500s, and then it's about sort of building each of those 500s. And so Ollie McCormack leading through there at 2:17. Probably splitting about 109s there, I think.
That was a 111, that 100.
there.
And so we'll sort of see how we settle down. So for those of you playing along at home who's trying to work out how your friend, family member is going, we're not going to be quite this fast, but the 15-minute mark is 100 per 100. 16-minute mark, 104. 17-minute mark, 108. 18-minute mark, 112. That's a good way to sort of give yourself an indication of what speed these athletes are looking to maintain as they go through this 1500. So
these guys, sorry Nick, I was going to say these guys in training would be all about holding that certain pace per 100. They'd be practicing they might do 30 50s holding that certain pace, or 15 100s on a cycle at training, holding a certain stroke count at a certain rate too. Now, that's the other big thing, is stroke rate per 100.
So that was a 113 100 there from Oliver, with Oliver's entry time being a 19:00. So that means he's settled into a rhythm faster than what he needs to swim a personal best.
Yeah, you'd expect he's going to try and go out hard here in this first 500, and can he then build the next 2 500s after this?
So especially with our 14-year-olds in this field, which we have a number in this heat, they probably haven't done that many 1500s.
No.
So it's still a learning experience, this event, and learning how to pace it and learning how to race it. They may have only done 1 or 2. But he is looking really long, relaxed and smooth. So we have these mixed events, which is good in these 1500 metre events, because it means that more of our athletes are getting to race closer
to their time.
And yeah, so their competition is closer in the pool with them.
Yeah.
Rather than if we split them into their individual age groups, we tend to spread out and not have that direct head-to-head competition.
Well, there's nothing more difficult than being in a 1500 and you've got no one around you to pace off. I think it's really hard swimming 30 laps of a long course pool and you're in lane 8 or lane 9 or lane 7 and there's no one around you. You've got to try and work out, well, how fast do I need to go?
So once again, there's a 113 there from Oliver, and he's holding that speed nice. So he's obviously, for him, that's his pace that he settled into, that 113, and we'll see how long he can maintain it through this 1500. We'll also check in on a few of our other athletes as we're going through to see how they're going with their pacing splits.
Now, Nick, with the 15 as well, it's really important about that stroke count. These guys are probably looking at holding, they would have practiced it too, but did you ever have a sort of stroke count range that you always wanted to hold if you ever did a 15 from memory?
So I can remember when I did my 1500s as a 16-year-old.
It's a while ago now.
Yes, yes, it is a while ago, Tim. My stroke rate after the first 50 did not change for the entire 1500.
That's pretty good.
And so it's all about settling into that nice rhythm and then being able to maintain it.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's not changing towards the end of the race as the effort increases. But as you fatigue, it's harder to keep that tempo the same.
Definitely, that's right. I think, as those arms, they start to get heavier and heavier, your shoulders start to burn, the lats start to burn.
Yeah, so I think if my memory serves me correctly, or something like my stroke rate was something like 32 or 34 for the entire 1500. And yeah, my stroke count sitting on that similar stroke count throughout the 1500s.
I do remember years ago watching Mac Horton do a 1500, and he would get in. I think he went out into 57 in his first 100, and then he just held 59s or 100 per 100 for the next 14 100s.
It was very
Incredible.
impressive to watch. But Oliver is continuing to look really good now, and Emma's starting to pull clear of the rest of the field to sitting in second. Emma is a 17-year-old, so she is competing in the girls 16 to 18 division of this 1500. So Emma there was through in a 1:13, matching Oliver there. So Oliver got a little bit of a head start through the first couple of 100, but now those two are starting to hold those 1:13s. So across this field here, so we've got Aiden, who's competing in that 14-15 division. We've got Mia Hoskins, who's in the women's 14-15 division. Hugh Munro is in the boys 14-15s. Emma Harrison, as we just spoke about, the girls 16 to 18. Joel Pollard is in the boys 14-15. Sarah Cartel is in the women's 14-15. And then the remaining boys are all 14-year-olds in this side of the pool. So they're in that 14, 15-year-old age group. As Oliver turns through here in an 8:23, sitting right on his speed once more.
Just having a chat with one of our great guys from Big Voice here, Liam. He's doing a great job of all of our camera work and our media work from in the war room inside, just behind our starter blocks here. So you've got to thank them as well for their efforts they've put in over the last 5 days. It's a huge meet. There's so many things that go on behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's a massive meet through from parents, officials, some Victoria staff. There's just hundreds.
Coaches.
Yeah, coaches. There's hundreds of people who put this meet together to make it happen. So Oliver is still maintaining those 1:13 second 100s here. Emma let that last one slip out to a 1:14, so we'll see what she can manage here as we see Mia and Hugh in lane 0 and 1 go through and having a nice tight battle. As we were speaking about earlier, that cross-gender, cross-age group races, they're now having someone to pace themselves through this 1500. As Oliver turns through in a 9:36 there.
You can see too with these guys during a 15 how they'll breathe to one side, and that arm that enters the water when they on that breathing arm, they really stretch out that arm there. It's really focusing on that efficiency as that hand enters the water. You're really trying to stretch out that distance and maximise that length.
So Oliver maintaining those 1:13s, and Emma sort of settling into that 1:14 range, which is probably why Joel Pollard is starting to gain a little bit of ground back on Emma, as he's sort of being able to hold those 1:13 highs for the last few 100s. So those three have started to pull clear of the rest of the field here in what is being referred to as Heat 2 of our 1500.
So Nick, as well, I know we spoke a little bit about that free pace off a wall. Did you find when you did the 1500 back in the day, you just do one dolphin kick off, or would you just push off and glide, or what was your sort of go-to move? When you
so
did
push off, and obviously I am quite old, so dolphin kicks almost weren't a thing back then. But it was you weren't working the underwater phase for distance, but you were making sure that it was a nice strong push and maybe one or two kicks, and then coming up with speed and making sure as you broke through the surface of the water, you did accelerate your feet. So you popped up and came up with speed to set yourself up for the up.
Try and use that momentum off the wall to get that speed to start.
So when we get to Heat 4 of this event, we'll see a really good example of that is Mackenzie Hunter. She, during the middle of her races, she always trails her feet.
Yeah.
But in and out of that turn, she accelerates, especially popping up, accelerates, nice 6-speed kick out of the wall to get us all set, ready to go for that next 50. So that was a 1:12.9 there from Cameron.
I think with these guys too, in the ladder heats, when they get to it, who most likely will be racing this race at Nationals coming up in a couple of weeks' time, the training work that these guys do is going to be a lot more around that longer distance stuff, repeated efforts at lower intensity with shorter rest.
Yeah, if you asked any of these athletes to maintain a speed that they're swimming now and gave them 30, 40 seconds rest between each 50 or each 100, they'd have no trouble. It's being able to do it with only getting 5, 10 seconds rest. That's what they will be doing in training to be able to replicate what they need to be able to do in a race.
Yeah, I think for them it's about a certain aerobic area, a certain zone they want their athletes to hit up to. Because obviously when you work too high of that aerobic zone, or you start going into an anaerobic area where you start to lose a bit of that oxygen. So these guys would be working at training and working at the hardest sort of rate that they can with the least amount of energy.
Yeah, so the first couple of repeats should feel nice and easy.
Yeah.
As the first few hundred of this 1500 would have. But as they go on through those repeats in training, that's where it starts to get challenging.
Yeah, exactly right. I think I have heard from a few distance swimmers that they actually find sometimes the first one or two is a little bit hard, but then once they actually get into a bit of a rhythm, and when they get to those 14, 15, 16, even up to 30 times they might do something like this, they actually find it can be a little bit easier because they've got into that groove and they know how many strokes they're doing, then they can sit on it. As
we see Oliver, so just working that push and glide off the wall, not worrying so much about his dolphins as he moves through, with now Joel Pollard taking over second. So again, using those Hawkeye cameras to our advantage here on the coverage, as Oliver's looking nice and smooth. His tempo hasn't changed since that opening 200. He's keeping his legs going, tight streamline off the wall, not worrying about his underwater so much, just popping up and keeping that steady kick going. So Abdul's joined us back in the commentary chair as we start to get towards the concluding stages here in Heat 2.
Yeah. I was overhearing Tim talk about holding a pace for the whole 1500, and it's just about, you said it's going to be hard for the first 200, and that's the area where you sort of set the pace, and then after that it just sort of becomes a little bit easier, I guess.
It sort of becomes automatic in some respects, but as we get closer to the 1,000 mark, that's when you start to feel like you need to put more effort in to maintain that speed. Oliver, again, sitting at 1:13.0 for that last 100, doing a fantastic job. Joel Pollard's also done a really good job. Started off a little bit steadier in the opening portion of this race, but has started to hold that speed as well. Oliver's starting to inch away from him, but not compared to that first 200. He's probably lost 7 or 8 metres in that first 200, and only really half a metre per 100 since then.
Yeah. And it is hard to gauge sort of, say you add 20 seconds at the end of the 1500. Well, it's not really, that bad compared to, that's just equivalent to a second slower in each 100. So
exactly.
It is hard to gauge sometimes. But I also do feel like once you get to the 1,000 metre mark and you feel like you push, just like you said, you've already got into a rhythm, and if you start, exerting a lot more effort, you might get tired a lot more quicker. You might actually be slower by the end.
Yeah, it is hard to work on that pace change. Sometimes, as you go to change your pace, it almost hurts even more and results in you slowing down. Again, a 1:12.9 there from Oliver with 200 metres left to swim here. As again, we watch our swimmers through their turns with that Hawkeye camera, but is nice, strong, long swimming here from Oliver as he leads and has a quick glance up at that lap counter. You saw him look forward slightly there just to check how far he had to go. So when he hit that wall, then he had 3 laps to go. That means 150 metres. You see the lap counter change the lap. So next time he comes back, he'll see 1 to go. But before then, he's going to get the whistle when he's got 100 metres to go. So he's doing a really good job keeping that kick going. If anything, he slightly increased his tempo of his kick in this last 200. So he's hearing the best sight in distance swimming, the whistle with 100 to go. As he turns through here. And again, a 112 high, so he's was settling in those 113s. He's dropped in a few 112s, and let's see what he can pull out in this last 100.
Yeah, he's definitely holding out well. I think his pace is going to stay the same because he's holding at 112 for what was a few hundreds there. So to go a lot quicker than that, there might be a risk there of actually going slower. But he is looking strong. Last 50 to go. So he just touched in at a 17:29. His seated time is a 9:10.
You can see he's really trying to increase that kick rate in this last 100. He's really trying to make sure it's a consistent 6-beat kick as he's upping his tempo in this last 25, as he's now going to work towards the wall and absolutely annihilate his personal best. At entry time of 19:00.97, and he's going to swim very close to 18 minutes as he comes in 18.
4 minute down.
0337. So coming into the wall next is his direct competitor in that 14-15 year age group, Joel Pollard. Is also going to take a nice chunk out of his personal best in an 18:17. Touching the wall third over in lane 0 is Aidan McGee.
It is huge. Improvements of like 1 minute.
So far everyone to the wall has set a personal best. So that's great to see from our distance swimmers. They've had to wait till day 5 of the meet to tackle this 1500 metres as Mia Horskins comes in and also takes off nearly 10 seconds from her entry time. As Hugo Munro from South Gippsland Bass finishes, and Sarah Cartel comes into the wall to round out heat 2 of our 1500. So good job there from Oliver McCormack to take out our opening heat of our reseeded mixed 14 to 18 1500.
And this is the second heat. We've got 5 minutes in total.
I just checked the qualifying times for nationals. 18:03.37 was Oliver's swim. 18:03.02.
Oh.
So close from Oliver there in our 14-year-old boys age group in that 1500. So really good swim. Would have loved to go a cut 0.3 of a second faster to be able to say that he qualified for the 1500 metres as we move along to heat 3. So we'll quickly run through our athletes here. We've got Ivy Lee, who's a 16-year-old, so competing in the 16 to 18s. Talia Watson, again, 16-year-old, so competing in that 16 to 18-year division. We've got Tom in lane 3, a 15-year-old from Ballarat Gold, so that 14, 15-year-old division. Charlie is also a 15-year-old, as well as Dimitri. Sophie Jacker, sitting in lane 5, is in the women's 14, 15-year-old age group as a 14-year-old. Enrico is joining the other boys in the 14, 15-year-old age group as a 14-year-old. Alana is a 15-year-old, so she's racing directly head-to-head with Sophie, with Layla, and in lane 8, swimming in our 16 to 18-year-old age group. So they've gone through that first free 100 as they settle into their rhythm now. And it is Dimitri who's set out to the early lead. Dimitri had an entry time of 18:08.40. So that's a very similar time that Oliver swam in that first heat when he narrowly missed his national time. So we'll start to get an indication of how Dimitri's going compared to Oliver's splits as we go through this 1500. So Dimitri settling into a rhythm, also doing a good job in lane 2, is Tom.
Yeah, most of these swimmers started out at a 107, 105 pace. It'll be interesting to see what they clock in now. 110, so that's about 3 seconds over what they initially went.
So we expect that drop off in speed from that opening 100. And now that we're hitting that, moving into our third 100, we want to start to see that consistent speed throughout this 1500. So we can see that Dimitri is just keeping sort of a steady 4-beat kick going with a nice fast turnover with his tempo. And he's still working a dolphin at that solitary dolphin off the wall, and then really trying to accelerate as he breaks through the surface.
So the key here is the faster you can settle into a consistent pace, the quicker you're going to get, and the more you're going to be able to gauge where you're at in terms of where you're swimming and your PB.
This great shot as we're following them along shows that stroke length that Dimitri is able to maintain, which is really important to be able to be efficient as you can through your swimming, especially in these longer distance events. So Dimitri was able to maintain a 110-100 there, which is on track for smashing his PB if he can settle into that rhythm there. It might take a couple of hundreds, as again, Dimitri is a 15-year-old athlete. He's still learning the 1500 metre distance, so you can't expect your pacing to be perfect at 15.
Well, I mean, he did go out a 105 around there, and then a 110 the second time around, and now he's got a 110 again, so he might actually have found his pace after the first 100. So, yeah, as you said, he'll be on track to annihilating that PB.
So, again, if you're just tuning in, to help to work out how you're going. If you're swimming a 15-minute 1500, that's 1 minute per 100. A 16-minute is 104. A 17-minute is 108. An 18-minute is 112. These swimmers obviously should be aiming all somewhere between that 112 to 114 per 100 speeds. As that time, Dimitri settles into more of a 112, and Tom starts to gain a little bit of ground back on him in that 100. So Dimitri has maintained his lead in this opening 400 as he sits a body length clear of Tom in second. And again, still working that one dolphin off the wall through that turn. Trying to be tall and tight and powerful off that streamline, but not worrying so much about his overall distance off the wall, more just how he's getting to that 6 or 7 metre mark.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, off the if you can maximise your just your push, not even your underwater, just the push, you can rack up the distance, and that saves up a number of seconds across the whole 1500. Which also, it creates room for error, which is fine. If you turn the wall and you sort of miss the ball, you can kind of make it up. But say in another race like 100 or 50, that's kind of, you don't have that kind of luxury.
So it is Dimitri who still maintains his lead, but Tom has come right up alongside him. Tom has been able to average about a second and a half faster over these last 200s to pull back up alongside him, with Dimitri sliding out to about a 113 on that last 100. So through the 500 metre mark, Dimitri leads, but now we have our new leader. And it is Tom Erhardt, who's moved into the lead. Tom's one of our swimmers who prefers to tackle these longer races without a cap on. We saw him in the 400 IM without a cap. And here in the 1500, no cap once again. So we'll see if Dimitri can try and respond to this challenge that it's been laid down by Tom as they move through this 600-metre turn. So 112 there from Tom, and the fact that he's been able to maintain those 112s compared to the 113s and 114s from Dimitri over these last few hundreds has allowed him to catch up and now take over the lead. You can see both of them just trying to keep a sort of a steady 4-beat kick going, as well as keeping that length in their stroke.
Yeah, so they are at the 7-minute mark there, almost approaching the halfway the mark there. They're actually competing against each other. No one has lapped anyone else yet so far.
And that's, again, another advantage of doing our mixed races for these distance swims, as we were talking about before. The swimmers are all staying closer together, so within each race, it is more of a race, which is a good learning experience for the distance swimmers, because although it is all about sitting on your own speed, you're racing. You are racing the other people around you, so it is great to be able to actually race someone in a 1500. Whereas if we'd split these up into their 4 different categories, we'd have less head-to-head racing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of those swimmers say they're an 18-20 swimmer and they want to go, 18 minutes flat. They'd be able to gauge how they want to swim that based on the swimmer in the lane next to them who's swimming that time. They want to make sure they're on their pace. So I think that's actually a good thing that they're doing. Yeah, just like you said, they combine men and women's and all combine all the ages together just so they can get a little more competition in.
Yeah, so Tom, Charlie and Dimitri, our first 3 in this heat, are all 15-year-olds, but we have ranges in the other age groups across this heat, and the fact that they're all in together and currently swimming within 35 metres of each other from first to last as we approach the halfway stage of this 1500 shows that it's really nice and tight racing. So Tom has now continued to extend his lead over Dimitri as he turns through here, 9:28.81. Again, a 112.100 there. Whereas Dimitri's slipped out to that 113. So Tom's done a really good job of maintaining that speed. Didn't start out quite as fast as Dimitri, but has been able to maintain his pressure through the middle portion of this race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the gap that Charlie's got out, Tom's got out there, he's not increasing his lead, but he's also not losing it, which is a good thing. And, going up the pool there, you've got Dimitri having a look at Tom breathing and seeing, okay, am I behind? Should I increase my pace or should I decrease it?
So Tom's a little bit softer on his feet than Dimitri over these last few hundreds. A little bit more of a 2 beats and then into a 4 beat, sort of alternating as he moves through to his next turn. And again, right on speed, another 112.100. So as we were speaking about earlier, once that first 100's done, it's all about settling into your rhythm as early as you can and trying to hold that speed from that second 100 all the way almost to your second last one. And then generally those swimmers are able to pick it up in that last 100 for a little bit of a sprint to the finish.
Imagine the amount of training these guys have to go through, and training just casually doing 5 800s of just, pace.
So it's probably not as much volume as in the olden days that they're doing, but it's the type of volume they're doing. They'll be doing a lot of swimming where they're replicating their speeds that they want to be hitting in these distance events. It's not just swimming up and down slowly, it's all about swimming at the speed that you need for the race.
Exactly. So if you want to swim, 108 per 100, you'll probably be doing sets where you're swimming, at an interval 108s in training. So
Yeah, so like if that's the speed you might. So we hit with the 112s here is Tom, and he would probably be doing maybe some hundreds on maybe a sort of 130 cycle, maybe even 125, where he's just holding that. Okay, I have to hold the 112 pace. I have to hold the 112 pace. And if he's doing a really good job, he might even pull that time cycle down to 120. And it won't be for as many that he'll be able to hold that speed with only getting that sort of 5 seconds rest. Yeah. But being able to replicate speed, race speed, is really important in training.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's continuing just to slowly extend this lead over Dimitri as we move into this final 500 metres. So again, that one was a 111.8. So
quicker there.
So he's doing a fantastic job of holding that speed, holding that tempo. Now in that battle for second and third, it's starting to tighten up between Dimitri and Charlie. Charlie was about 7 or 8 metres behind and has reduced the margin now down to about 4 or 5. So we'll see in this final 500 metres if Charlie can start to chip away at that gap or if Dimitri will be able to respond.
Yeah, and the trick about, catching up to the person in front is you want to reduce your resistance with the water and reduce the drag as much as you can across the 15, because it does build up at the end. You might be swimming at the same pace, but all of a sudden you're now ahead of this other person who's perhaps, pulling water to the side rather than down and behind them.
So again, Tom's doing a good job here at just keeping that tempo of his arms nice and consistent, with those legs just trailing behind as he turns through here, through another 100.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of kick though from Charlie in lane 3. He's pretty much, look at that kick, just one beat.
As we use our Hawkeye camera to look through the turns of both Charlie and Dimitri. And again, a 111.8 there from Tom, our leader. So he was settling in those 112s and now he's pulled it faster a little bit down to that 108 speed. This is a really well put together 1500 here, as that finish line is getting closer and closer. So he's out to a 15-metre lead, his biggest lead he's had all day. So they keep the pressure on, and that 15-metre lead that Tom has set, and are continuing to extend it as he's got 200 metres left to swim. So through the 1,300 metre turn, turns through in a 15:28.89. Again, a 111.7 that time, a 111.7. So just 0.1 of a second faster than his previous 100s. As Charlie is still trying to gain on Dimitri. It's staying at that 6 metre difference between second and third that it's set at for the last 400 metres.
Yeah, so Tom there's on track to actually, I think go sub 18 there.
Yeah, so at the corresponding point, Oliver was about 12 seconds slower. And so we saw Oliver go 18.03 in that first opening heat. So it does look like that Tom is going to be able to swim under that 18-minute barrier, as he's got 125 metres to swim. Our technical official readies himself with a whistle at his end of his lane. We'll see if Tom can do a bit of a pace change in this last 100 as he hears the whistle now. Again, a 111.8. So he's hitting that speed for the last 4 or 5 100, and we'll see if he can change. Charlie has reduced the margin down to 5 metres instead of 6.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure if he's going to be able to make that distance up to Dimitri in this final 100. But Tom's looking really smooth out in front as the crowd builds here. And it gets quite loud in this final 100.
Yeah, I think Tom there increased his lead, and Dimitri's he's keeping his lead as well. He's breathing to the right, making sure that Charlie doesn't get to him too fast. This is all Tom's to win here.
But yeah, so fantastic swim from Tom.
So his seeded time's an 18:22.
So he's going to absolutely smash that entry time there, as he's going to come in and will be sitting on top of the table for our 14, 15-year-old boys at the conclusion here of Heat 3, as he comes into touch in a time of 8:17:50.13. And now, battle between Dimitri and Charlie does go in Dimitri's favour as he touches in an 18:03, just 2.5 seconds clear of Charlie.
So that is a national age time for Tom there.
Our first female to the wall in this heat is going to be Talia Watson, who comes in an 18:18, taking off a nice chunk of time from her entry time. As we now have our final swimmers coming into the wall here in Heat 3. So well done, Tom Erhardt. Good swim there as he takes out Heat 3 of this 1500. We're now moving along to Heat 4.
So Heat 4 in the water now, Nick, and a couple more heats to go after this. If you look at those entry times there, it looks pretty tight in the middle of the pool there, around that 1750s range. So anywhere between that 751 to 755 to 1800 even is really not much difference in a 1500.
Oh no, they're all within 20 seconds here in this 1500. So we'll quickly go through the field here. Tali Gant is a 16-year-old from Surrey Park. Brooke Briscoe, a 15-year-old, so she's competing in that 14, 15-year-old. Oh, no, it's not Brooke Briscoe. It is Jeremy Coleman. So,
what's going on here?
So Jeremy has obviously been moved from a different heat. So we'll find out what his age group is in a second.
Here he is here from Heat 2.
So he's a 14-year-old. We did have a bit of a reseed as we condensed it from 6 to 5 heats. It is Archer Lark. He's a 15-year-old. And Tharusa is also a 15-year-old swimmer in lane 2 and 3. We've got lane 4 empty, and in lane 5 is Mackenzie Hunter, a 16-year-old, so she's competing in that 16 to 18-year-old age group. Catherine Boyle, 15-year-old, so in that 14-15 age group. Dakota Mathers is swimming out of lane 7, and she's a 17-year-old, so that, again, that's 16 to 18-year-old women's age group. Noah Conn is swimming in lane 8, again in that 14-15-year-old category, with Matilda Burns from Surrey Park in that 16 to 18-year-old category, swimming out of lane 9.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of different sort of ranges of categories throughout here, and so for someone like Mackenzie, Dakota and Maddie, who are actually all directly racing each other, and Talia Gant as well, they'll be interested in what times these girls can throw down there. So we've got 4 in that category and 3 in that boys 15-year-old region as well. So coming through here to the 200-metre mark, and let's just see what they turn in here. We can sort of get a rough idea of the pace these guys are actually setting here.
So again, that first 100 was sort of kind of that free 100. Now they're starting to settle into their rhythm.
So as we thought, we'd be pretty tight to the first 200, 217s, 219s around that region there in that first. So looking around about 110s, probably 111s at this stage. So
again, we've got sort of the 2 boys racing each other in lane 2 and 3. 2 girls racing each other in lane 5 and 6, but all 4 of them racing each other in the race. So now our 4 athletes out in front. There's 3 different categories.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, if they were split up, they wouldn't be having this head-to-head racing that they're able to be presented with in this format.
I think it's much better for them too. You know, when you've got 3 or 4 people around you who are going to go roughly the same time, you guys are going to race each other. You're going to push each other a little bit more. If you're 25 metres behind someone, 25 metres in front of someone, you just it's a natural thing to sort of relax, or maybe to switch off that little bit. It may only be 1 or 2% that you switch off, but that's the difference between dropping maybe 4 or 5 to sometimes 15 seconds in a 1500. You think about too in a, I know some people look at their time in a 15 and they go, oh, I went plus 10 seconds. But when you go plus 10 in a 15, it's really only about plus 1 even in 100.
It was less than plus 1.
Less than plus 1, isn't it? So
yeah.
There's always a bit of relevance in a 15. And sometimes you might go plus 30, but it's a good swim.
So what we noticed there, it was actually the girls swam faster through that third 100. The boys had sort of a bit of an early lead, but the girls have settled into a faster tempo of about a 112 through that third 100, whereas the boys sort of settled down into a 113 rhythm. And that's why they've all narrowed back up, and it's almost 4 across the field again.
Yeah.
So Archer, I reckon, sort of noticed that and trying to make a bit of a response here in this fourth 100 as he comes through the 400-metre turn and will lead.
So yeah, 441s, 442s and 443. So those 4, as we expected, were going to be pretty tight. So they are averaging about a 110 per 100. Now when you look at their averages now, they've sort of consolidated through 400 metres.
Yeah, so Archer's last 100 there was a 111. So he started to stabilise after sort of jumping out to a little bit faster, dropping off a bit too much, and now he's stabilised at that sort of 111 range.
Well, he's probably just sort of trying to work out what his pace is in that first couple of hundreds. As you sort of said, the first 100's a free hit, and then you've got to sort of try and find your groove, find your rhythm, get on that stroke.
And it is quite easy to back off too much.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the trap, isn't it?
But he is looking smooth, and so we sort of see a little bit of a difference in technique here. Archer's nice high elbow, working strong legs, whereas we see Mackenzie trail those legs. But as I spoke about earlier in the preceding heat, watch Mackenzie work her legs out of the wall to maintain that speed. So they've all kind of settled into that 111 range from both Mackenzie and Archer as we move through that 500-metre mark. So we've done a third of the race.
Yep, that's that middle third, isn't it? Yeah. As we said, the 3 500s, Nick. If you were leading at this stage in a 1500, would your tactic be just to maintain your current lead, or would you try and maybe burn off a couple of these guys now and increase your lead? Yeah, what would you be thinking if you were in the situation where you're one of the leaders here in this heat?
I think it's important to stick to your predetermined plan.
Yeah. So
although it is a race, you do need to make sure, okay, my objective, and it looks like their objectives here was sort of to try and hold that 111 speed. Okay, I want to hold that speed and not so much worry at this stage what's happening around me. So again, 110.9 from Archer, 111.4 from Mackenzie. So right on speed.
I was going to say, because I think that's a mistake a swimmer could make. Let's say they are maybe 2-3 seconds off a leader. They may try a little bit too hard, too early to try and catch up again and use too much fuel tickets early. I think if you're a leader too, you might also panic and try and increase your lead too early as well. It's about maintaining, as you said, your race plan from the get-go.
Yeah, and yes, when you come to the 1,200 metre mark or the 1,300 metre mark, yes, then it turns into a race.
Yep.
But at this early stage, it's all about executing as you planned. And yeah, obviously, if the heat drags you out to a faster time, great, but you need to have had the training to back that up.
Yeah.
As again, we use our Hawkeye technology to look at that turns through the 700 metre mark. So that 110, 100 there from Archer, with a 111 once again from Mackenzie. So these two athletes have sort of got their pace nailed on as they approach the halfway mark. We saw during the short course season that Mackenzie was able to put together a really consistent swim in her distance events. She might not have started off as fast as some of her competitors, but she just held her speed so well that by the end of the race, she was in front. And she looks like she's done that here. She was sitting a little bit behind Catherine Boyle through the first couple of hundred, but has now established about a 5 metre lead over Catherine, her younger competitor in lane 6. So a reminder that Catherine and Mackenzie are sort of competing against in different age groups here. Okay, so Archer,
Yes.
a 110, 9, and Mackenzie, a 111, 4. So right on speed once again.
I was about to say, it looks like Archer might be just starting to pull away a little bit now. You can see that he's held that more consistent time now. He seems like he's settled into his rhythm. That 110 range now is what he's going to hold. And these other guys have just fallen off that pace a little bit with him now.
Yeah, so that 110, if you can hold 110s, you're on for your 17:30, which would be a personal best for Archer. So it'd be really good to see if he's able to maintain that. So he got a little bit of free time in that first 100 where you're under the speed, and then no 110s, but all those points do start to add up through a 1500. But he has been able to stay on those legs nice and strongly as he makes another turn through in a 10:34.66, 1:10.4 with Mackenzie in 10:38.5, which is a 1:11.0, or actually a 1:10.9. So Archer does look like he's made a concerted effort to try and increase his kick tempo in the last couple of hundreds.
Yeah. That light legs, just bring it in gradually as you're pushing through here.
And obviously we see different techniques with our legs in our different distance swimmers. Obviously in the sprint events, everyone's got those strong kick going.
Yeah.
Whereas the distance events, it's a little bit different and a bit depending on what is your personal preference and what you've trained for. You can't expect to have a 6-beat kick going throughout a 1500 if you don't work on your kick in training.
No, exactly right. Well, I think most swimmers get into that rhythm with the 2-beat kick. Some it's the 4-beat. Most of the time, I think a lot of guys in a 15 will use that 2-beat kick, and it's more about that balance. Is it when your arm is entering and you're on that breathe arm, you just do a little flick with the legs. It just keeps you driving forward.
Yeah, probably nowadays there's more kicking involved in those distance events than there used to be. As again, Archer, 1:10.2, or 1:11.2 there, so a little bit slower on that 100, whereas Mackenzie pushed into that 1:10 range once again. So she might be starting to creep back on Archer a little bit in this last 200 metres.
Now, Nick, when you used to do your 15s, did you breathe every 2, 4, 3? What was your plan? What was your rhythm?
Well, at that stage, I was someone who breathed every 3 the whole time in training. And so that's what I went with.
Yeah.
Because that was my comfortable rhythm. And I actually to keep my rhythm on, I'd actually talk in my head of each stroke count. I'd be like, how far I'd gone to be like 200, 200, and then I'd go through 250, and that kept my tempo nice and strong, and I knew how far I'd swum.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You remember how far you've gone. It is pretty common sometimes at 15 to lose count.
So again, Mackenzie's pulled out a 110 high there, where Archer's back into his 110.5 range. So yeah, that is obviously a challenge to keep track of where you're up to. We do have the lap counters, and that's what they're for in these 1500 metre events. But you do kind of want to know where you're up to without having to lift up your head and that body sinking. So once again out of that turn, you saw Mackenzie accelerate her legs and now settle back into her rhythm. Whereas Archer has kept that strong 4-beat kick going for the entire race. So Archer comes to this wall at the 1200 metre turn, leading still by 7 metres over Mackenzie. So a 111.2 from Mackenzie and a 111.4 from Archer. So once again, those two are going neck and neck with their splits through here as we approach the concluding stages here of our Heat 4 1500 for our mixed 14 to 18-year-olds here at the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And we're really proud to be brought to you live on Kayo Freebies.
Yeah, I've said it many times. It's been a great effort by the tech team to get us onto Kayo, exposed. And it's great for any relatives, even around the world, to actually tune in if they've got a Kayo app. You actually just tune in, watch a few races, watch your relatives swim. It's great.
As Archer turns through with 200 to go.
Yep. So he's turned into 15.17 there. He's 5 seconds in front of Mackenzie Hunter.
Again, he dropped there back to 110.1. So he did pick up the speed slightly in that 100.
So say, look, just watching Mackenzie Hunter, she's maybe lifted her rate a little bit too.
Definitely. As now Archer's getting that excitement of trying to chase down someone. So he's going to lap Jeremy, and that can give both of those athletes a bit of a boost. Jeremy trying to hold on for as long as he can, and Archer giving him a target to chase down. And Jeremy is trying to respond in lane 1 to stay ahead of Archer for as long as he can, but Archer's really started to increase his tempo here as he's approaching that last 100 metre mark.
I was going to say, yeah, it'd be good for Jeremy here because he can now see that there's a guy coming in who's really putting the afterburners on. Just give that little bit of an extra drive, bring the legs a bit more, finish home strong. So Archer now turning on to his last 100. He's on the final stretch, the same with Mackenzie Hunter. She turns in here for her last 100 is 16.33. So he has maintained that 5-second buffer.
Again, Archer's tempo hasn't really changed from his arms, but he's really trying to, again, get a little bit more out of his kick. Mackenzie's trying to up her rhythm and turn into a 4-beat kick now in this last 100.
Well, let's just see what Archer comes back here in this last 50. So you come into the turn, 17 minutes at 17:03.
So 50 metres to go. It has all been Archer, and he's doing a really fantastic job as he moves down with 15 metres to go here, and is looking to post a nice personal best time. He's had an entry time of 17.55, and he's going to be well and truly under that.
Well, he's gone about, 15 seconds quicker, 17 seconds quicker? Am I right there?
Yeah, nice strong swim there from Archer.
And what's Mackenzie gone there? She's on 17:43.
So again, taking off about 8 seconds from her entry time. So Mackenzie hit was under that national qualifying time there, with checking out Archer's national qualifying time for our 15-year-old boys, 16:48. So not quite at that entry national qualifying time just yet, as we're watching Madeline Burns making her way with 25 metres to go here in lane 9. So Madeline's bringing those legs for that final 50. And she coming strongly to the wall to finish in this heat in a time of 18:49, with Jeremy Coleman from DVE rounding out our heat over in lane 1. As we are now going to move along to heat 5, as I'm going to pass the mic back over to Zach.
Yeah, welcome, Zach.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for having me.
That's all right, mate. And so we've got heat 5 about to hop in the blocks now, ready to go. And so Nick was sort of explaining the last couple of heats of this 15. We'll just wait for them to start.
Yep.
But we've got multiple sort of categories in this one. So if you have a look here, we've got in the boys 16 to 18-year-old category, we've got Tyler Norton and also Byron Ward, Connor Hayes, Owen Warsham and Tyler Land, all from our 16 to 18-year-old boys.
Yep.
In lane 0, 1, 3, 5 and 9. In our women's 17 to 18-year-old age group there, we've got Brianna Burgess from Surrey Park. We've also got, in the boys 15-year-old, we've got Ross Sikiotis in lane 4, Hamish Robson in lane 6, and Jack Moran, I should say, in lane 8. Now, Tash Coleman from Surrey Park is not out there, so I'm just having a look who's in place of her. It would appear that Sophia Hogg is in this one. I think she's in heat 6. Just trying to work out what heat she was originally in here. Sorry about that, we're just working things out.
No stress, no stress.
Yeah, so coming through that first 100 there, leading us through into 102, 103, we've got Owen Warshman, Connor Hayes, and also over there in lane 1, Byron Ward.
Yep.
So if you have a look at the stroke differences here, how much longer Owen's stroke is. Connor Hayes, I know, has a sort of a higher tempo, faster rate stroke. He's a very fit individual though, so he can go all day. But it's always interesting to watch the different styles of strokes and stroke rate differences.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And so we're now coming up to the 200 metre mark with these guys here in this 1500. So Connor will be leading us through. Byron Ward's probably sitting in second, and Owen at the moment sitting in third. So we'll sort of get an idea of their times that they're holding per 100 here. So that 100 was about a 108, 109. I know Ross Sikiotis personally from Camwell, bit of a funny character there, bit of a funny lad. And he gave us a big thumbs up before this 15. Passionate young man in his 15s. He does love a 1500. And you see coming down the 250 metre mark now.
Yep.
Owen probably sitting just off Connor Hayes. Oh no, sorry. Owen is leading just off Connor. And look, for someone like Ross Sikiotis right now, and also Byron Ward, they probably don't want to let these boys get too far in front. So Connor and Owen have probably got a bit of a lead now. These other guys who have to stay within touch.
you know, it's clear that those two are the front runners. You know, they're very much a stronger, you know, out of the rest of the field. So
yeah, and these guys are going to be, with their entry times, they are going to be faster, and we'd expect them to be in front.
Yep.
But it's a good opportunity for these guys who are a little bit slower ranked. Well, that's where you've got to try and catch up to, and you can sort of see that there are groups of pairs throughout our field now of people who are racing each other based on their time. So
yeah, 100%, absolutely.
And so we're coming now down to the 400 metre mark. So Owen has got about a second lead over Connor, and then followed by Byron Ward over there and Tyler Norton over in lane 0, and then Ross Sikiotis here in the middle. And over on our far side here, we've got a nice battle going on between Jack Moran and Tyler Land.
Yeah. No, very, very close battle, very close battle.
Yeah, definitely.
In lane 8 and 9.
Yeah, and these two boys over here would be sort of feeding off each other now. They're going to work together, you'd think. So it's handy when you've got someone there you can work with. And same
Absolutely.
Here in the middle, we've got Sophia Hogg and Chloe Berg having a nice little battle too. So good battles within battles going around the pool.
Yeah, yeah. Very much in pairs, I was going to say.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's how they've done it with these timings. With groups, so there are different categories in here, but it's all time-based, so it makes it a lot easier for these guys to actually race each other. And so Owen's now probably starting to pull away a little bit more. So he's starting to increase his lead on Connor Hayes. Ross Sikiotis probably sitting back off that pack there, and over there Byron Ward and Tyler Norton still having a good battle. So Owen now coming up to the 500 metre mark, and he's still holding under 110 per 100 at this stage. Comfortably holding under 110. He's holding sort of around about that 107, 108.
Seems like Owen has kind of pulled away a bit, I've noticed.
Yeah, you can see Owen's got a really nice long stroke. Really sits on it and drives, which is good.
Yeah. And it's more about endurance with the 1500.
Yeah, exactly right. These guys will be really fit for a 1500.
Yeah.
It takes a lot. You're going to be mentally pretty tough for a 15-2.
Yeah.
Just because the taxing... it's very daunting to get up on the blocks and do 30 laps of freestyle.
Yeah.
So...
I was going to say also a big part too is the mentality.
Yeah,
you know, you got to have that mentality of, how badly do you want it? You know, how badly do you want? It's not just about personal best, but it might be about finishing with the best time per se, and getting into the race. So.
And so Owen there turns at the 600 mark, the 6:43. And followed by Connor Hayes. So it's about a 5-second gap now between those two. And Ross Sikiotis has probably pushed up into third. No, so Byron Ward, so we're equal there, Byron and Ross. And so as Nick sort of pointed out in the previous heats, it's about these guys finding a rhythm, finding a time that's comfortable but hard.
Absolutely.
And you want to try and hold that and be consistent. You don't want to be going up and down with your times and your rates and your stroke counts. So you want to try and be consistent as you can.
Consistency is key.
You're exactly right. So you see now Owen is starting to really pull away from Connor.
Yeah.
And over here, Chloe Burke has probably pulled away a little bit from Sophia Hogg. So... And so Owen there turns to 7:52. So that lead is starting to increase with each 50 now. Ross Sikiotis is now comfortably into third place. So he's about 13 seconds off Owen, though.
Yep.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Ross can reel in up to Connor here. We have a bit of a battle between those boys.
Yeah.
On the far side over there, Tyler Norton and Byron Ward still battling alongside each other. So those, and also close to us over here, Tyler Land and Jack Moran still neck and neck as well.
Yeah. You know, it's very interesting that the fact that they're feeding off each other, sort of thing. You know.
Yeah. That's the key, isn't it? It's trying to find someone that you can sit on, race and push yourself along. And so Owen now is coming up to the turn. Is he going to turn just on that 900 region? He is. And so he is increasing that lead. Ross now comfortably in third, followed, and Connor Hayes in second.
Wow, that's an 8 second gap.
Yeah, he has increased it. The previous 100, it was a 5.9 second difference. It's now 8.1 of a second difference. So he's increasing. I think Owen now is starting to lift his rate a little bit. You can see he's looking really nice and long still though. But he is starting to gradually increase his rate, his length, and as I sort of spoken about earlier, that the 3/500s, you want to break it up.
Yeah.
And you can see now he's still getting a nice length off the turn.
Yeah. And that's the important bit too with that turn, just getting that really strong power to push yourself off and get the good speed coming off the wall. So
Ross Sikiotis now in third. Over there now is Tyler Norton's actually just edged ahead of Byron Ward's ever so slightly. So those two over there are sort of in a battle, but Tyler Norton has pushed ahead of him. Brenna Burgess also there in lane 2, having a good swim as well. It's always hard when you're sort of in that middle block away from the other guys. And over here close to us, Jack Moran has just slightly pulled ahead of Tyler Land. And also close to here, Sophia Hogg has definitely broken away. Sorry, Chloe Burke, I should say, has broken away from Sophia Hogg. And so Owen turns in there in a 10.42. He's looking really comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, he's opened up a pretty large gap between him and the rest of the field.
So when you look at Owen's time here, it's an entry time of 17.16. So at this stage, he's looking pretty much on track. You can see that stroke there too. It's almost into a catch-up. And Ann enters, and that breathe arm comes right out in front. He really stretches it out, nice and long. And so Owen has 10 laps to go now. So he's onto that final 500 for him. And so it's a big lead now. And so Connor Hayes still sitting in second. Can Ross Sikiotis try and reel him in? But tell you what, those other two boys on the far side there, Tyler Norton and Byron Ward, are still with him at this stage. I can see here close to us, Tyler Land is cap's starting to come off, and he's got some long hair there, but it's great to see that it shows that you've got to keep pushing.
Oh, 100%.
You can't stop to fill a cap. You got to, even if your goggles fall off, you keep going.
Absolutely. And that's what I brought it back to earlier about the mentality.
Yeah, mentality's huge.
You know, nothing's got to stop you. Yeah. Jack Moran started to pull away a bit more. You know, so in lane 8. So.
And so Owen coming down here. And he'll have just 300 metres to swim here. So at the 1,200 metre mark, it's going to be turning in about a 13:35, you'd think.
As we look at our Hawkeye camera down here.
13:34?
Yeah, 13:34.
Yeah, pretty close to it. Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, close. And so his lead is increasing with every stroke here now. And so Connor Hayes turns into still in second place. And just over that far side, Tyler Norton and Byron Ward. It looks like Tyler has just broken away now. He's just broken off from Byron. And over here too, we can just see that Jack Moran has broken off from Tyler. So there are a few groups starting to separate from each other now. That's what you'd expect late into a 1,500. It starts to get really hard now. There's only a couple of hundred metres to go. You've really got to push through. And these guys know that if they can try and break away from someone now, it's going to be hard to try them reel them in with 150, 200 metres to go.
Yeah, 100%.
And so Owen now coming down. He'll have just 200 metres to swim for Owen, so he's at the 1,300 metre mark. And he turns in 14:44. Now, remind you, 14:44 is the Victorian age record by Mac Horton that he set when he was, I think, 17 or 18. He went 14:44 for a 1,500, so he was able to hold 59s per 100, and he could just sit on that all day, which is insane to think about.
Oh, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Yeah, I still remember watching Mac Horton lap people here for years. All right, so Owen's now coming down 150 metres to swim. And Connor Hayes still sitting in second over there with that high tempo stroke rate. And his coach over there, Carly Marsh, has been doing a really good job with him. But all eyes at this stage are on Owen Warsham from Surrey Park. They're in lane 5. Trains over there with Hamish McDougall and Justin Bella, his coaches. He's also a very good 200 breaststroker, I know that, so he does like his distance work. And so Owen turns here. He's on to his last 100. And this could be a good quick swim for him because he went 17:16 is his PB, and he turned in a 15:53. So if he can go a 1:10 here, he could sort of take off 12, 13 seconds here in this last 100. And Ross turns for home here, as will Tyler Norton. And also come into his last 100 here, Byron Ward as well. So here we go, last 50 metres for Owen. He turns in 16:28, so this could be a really good PB for Owen. Look, if he can come home hard enough, maybe in a 32, if he can, if he's anything left in the tank, he could go under 17 minutes here. I'm not sure he's going to get that though. As he's coming down the wall now, I think around about a 17:05 is what he's looking at. Coming down now, here comes Owen into the wall. This is going to be a big PB though. It's been a great swim. He's left from start to finish. 17:01, there you go. Wow, almost under that 17-minute mark. So that's a 15-second PB for him, so it's a huge swim.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's a great swim. And Connor Hayes coming in now. An entry time of 17:17. He's probably going to go just slightly over it, but pretty much on his time. There you go, that's right on his time. So, in fact, 0.1 off his PB. It's a great swim. Ross Sikiotis is in a 17:24, a little bit over. Tyler Norton has just taken off 23 seconds right there. So that is a huge swim from him over in lane 0. Byron Ward coming in here at 17:40. He's taken off 2 seconds, so it's a PB. And coming in the wall now as well, Jack Moran, 17:48 on his time. So these guys have had a really good heat here. These guys have pretty much all hit their time. And Tyler Land there, it's finished. So we've got another 100 metres to go here for Chloe Burke. And Brianna Burgess comes here at 18 minutes and 12. So a little bit over for her, but as I sort of said with Nick a little bit earlier in the previous heats, in a 1500 at the end of a 5-day meet, you will find that some swimmers may go well over, and that's just because they've had so many events over the last few days. And plus 15 is the equivalent of a plus 1 in 100. So plus 30, that's a PB, a plus 2 over in 100. So there's a lot of room for error, and there's a lot of room to improve in a 15.
Absolutely.
And so Sophia Hogg now turning into her last 100 metres, and coming down now on her last lap is also Chloe Burke. And so we have one more heat after this, and I will be handing it back over to Nick and Abdul for our last heat of the 15 as we're coming in now.
Yep.
And so Chloe's coming in, she's got 10 metres to swim. So we've got one more heat after this, and we've got a few more categories as we look through that one, but I'll let the other boys explain that when we get to it. But it actually should be a really good last heat. And so 19:16 there for Chloe Burke. Just a little bit over her time. Now, she was actually entered in the previous heat, so that's why we had to change a few things around as well. And so coming down now, Sophia Hogg on her last lap. And so coming into the wall now, Sophia Hogg. And let's see the time that she throws down here. She comes in, and then 19:54. So we move on now to heat 6 of 6. And Nick, we've got just the 2 categories in this one. We've got the boys 16 to 18 and also the boys 14 to 15 categories. So just 2 categories in this last one. And you have a look at the middle of the field between lanes 1 to 7 are all the boys between 16 to 18.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race here in this 1500, so looking forward to it.
I'll also make mention too, you've got Harvey Lark and Tommy Lane with entry times of 16:03 and 16:05, which is seriously quick. But also, we could see guys go under 16 minutes here.
And they've been going head-to-head all week, so it's been a great battle.
Yeah, so that's why I think this last heat's going to be an awesome one to watch. So eyes will be in the middle of the pool between those two especially.
As we're using our Hawkeye camera to watch these start here in our final heat.
And so, as I said, yeah, good battle. And also another good 1,500 metre swimmer is Jesse Phillips. I know he's been slicing off times every week when he's swimming the 15. He's also a very good open metre swimmer. And some other familiar names there. Campbell Wilson Moran, we've called him a lot. He's over in lane 0, just 15 in this final heat, which is a great effort to make in the final heat.
Yes, and again, as they don't race these 1,500 metre events as often as some of their other events, exactly where the form lies is a little bit more hidden. So that's why it's tough to tell in these early stages who is really going to be the favourite for these events. You would expect that Tommy Lane, through his distance background, and Harvey Lark, as our fastest 2 qualifiers, will make their presence felt somewhere during the race. But don't be surprised if someone else puts up a good performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, those 2 boys, when you look at those entry times of 16:03 and 16:05, is really quick. And when you get under 16 minutes in a 1500, you're starting to approach some really quick times. And I'm going to hand it over to Abdul now. He's going to have a chat with you, Nick, about this last and final heat of the 1500. Abdul, all yours.
Thank you, Tim. Alrighty, last event, last heat of the Victorian Age Championships. We've got some swim-offs after this one.
As they make their way through the 150 metre turn now. And it is as we expected, Harvey Lark and Tommy Lane going side by side. We saw them battle in that 400 freestyle, which came down to the wire. So hopefully we'll get a similarly fantastic battle here. So they settled through their first 100 and 101. As we work our way towards this 200 metre turn, we'll start to see what pace they've decided to settle in.
Go to 104 there. 104, 105. I do remember though that their seated times is only about 2 seconds separating them, so they're going to be pretty much, right next to each other the whole time.
Yeah, so 105 for that second 100. So as I was explaining those earlier heats, to break 16 minutes, you have to average a 104. So per 100 for the whole 1500. So they had a few seconds up their sleeve in that first 100. But, you know, if they're on track for their personal best, they'll have to settle into a rhythm potentially a little bit faster than they've just sort of relaxed into at the moment.
I mean, Harvey and Tommy have been going like, they went a 101 for the start and then a 105. So if they can sort of, you know, find that pace, if they touch in now about, let's say maybe 311, that'd be a 1-5 pace. Let's have a look.
So they turned through the 300 in a 311.9.
Yep, so that's about 105 again. So I think they're finding their pace, but as you said, to break that 16 minutes, you need a 104. So they're going to have to sort of catch up there and save up and make up the time that they just lost there over the course of the 15, which could actually be, you know, just purely from the push-off, underwaters, stuff like that.
So Tommy has started to establish himself in the lead here and is now pulled out to a body length lead over Harvey. So we noticed that he's been doing a fantastic job in all his freestyle events, and that nice one strong dolphin coming up with speed off that turn. So it's not the distance, but it's a strong push off, working each wall, using it as an opportunity not to recover, but to re-accelerate.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to rush into that dolphin kick from the start. You push off, make sure you've got the full value from that push off, and then you can start, you know, your stroke. And it is Tommy Lane still leading in front, keeping that lead that he initially got about 50 meters ago. 4:16, so he is holding that 105 pace now. So I think the boys have settled into that rhythm.
Yeah, so that was a 104 there from Tommy, 104.2 for that 100. So and that's probably the difference there. He's gapped Harvey, who swam a 105.7 for that 100. So that's just the difference, and he just used that to help extend his lead. You can see that Harvey's working a little bit stronger on his legs than Tommy at the moment, but Tommy's getting really good distance off the walls and through each stroke. So both boys are almost swimming catch-up, kind of that advanced timing. Just as their other hand's about to enter the water, they start their pull. So they're really engaging out in front of the stroke, holding the water, using their strong kick to balance themselves, and then nice, powerful pull through. And through the 500, Tommy leads in a 5:20.
104.
And he's opened up almost a 4-second gap on Harvey. So another 104 from Tommy Lane through that 100, and as he continues to extend his lead. So again, Harvey is working those legs a little bit stronger than Tommy, but Tommy's able to work in and out of those walls with that strong dolphin and come up with some good speed. Both boys still getting 6.5 to 7 metres underwater off each wall. So we've gone through the 500, so we're a third of the way through our race as we now move into this middle 500s. And with Tommy being a very good open water swimmer as well, would have expect him to be able to maintain his pace as he turns through in a 6:24.87.
Yeah, so Tommy there's actually holding 104s now, not 105s.
Yeah, 104.3 for that 100. It's a nice, strong 100.
I think Harvey there's dropped a little bit there to 106.
Yeah, even a 107 for that 100. So that's, you know, and that's the hard thing when your competitor gets away from you in a 1500. It can be a little bit demoralising, and you have to re-establish your rhythm and try and settle into that pace that you want to maintain for the remainder of the race. Again, strong walls there from Tommy, coming off with good speed, popping up and carrying his momentum through and out and into the next lap. So he's now opened up a 10-metre lead over Harvey Lark as he makes his way towards the 700-metre turn. Although 1,500 metres is a distance event, we're almost at the halfway mark due to the speed that Tommy is swimming this at. A little bit slower on that 100, out to a 105.0. So we'll see if he can maintain his pace or if he's going to now start to settle into that rhythm of 105s. Whereas Harvey's dropping a little bit again, out to 107 high in that 100s.
So we can see now Tommy actually extending his lead on Harvey.
Yeah, so Tommy's doing a really good job. So that's halfway, 18:01.82. So again, the challenge is how close he can get to that 16-minute mark. So he's turned through right on that sort of halfway mark, right on the verge of being able to crack that 16-minute, but he will need to swim a strong second 750 metres. As he now works through to the 800-metre turn in 8:34.02. So back to the 104.2 there. So he picked it up a little bit from that last 100. As we're getting a nice close-up shot with his keeping those kicks, just a steady two-beat kick going at the moment, but really work on finishing his stroke right down past his leg, not just up at his hips, getting the full value out of his stroke to propel him as far forward as possible on every stroke. If you think about through a 1,500 metres, you have to take a lot of strokes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for 1,500, judging off that, it's pretty much just an upper body dominated event.
And if he's taking a lot of strokes, but he can get out an extra 10, 20 centimetres off every stroke, that's going to add up over the 1,500 metres to a lot less strokes throughout the race. And a lot less strokes throughout the race will end up meaning he's not as fatiguing as much.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
As we now approach the 900-metre turn, and Tommy turns through in a 9:37.95.
Again, he's actually gone quicker there.
103.9 from that 100, which is good to see. That he's obviously, that was his focus, to try and get it rhythm through that first 500, and then as he's working into the second half of this race, start to really push and extend.
Yeah, so we've seen Tommy there. Well, he started off going about 105s, and then sort of after that, by 200s, he's gone 104s, and now he's just gone 103s.
So we'll see if he can maintain that rhythm as he's approaching the 1,000-metre turn. He's now out to a 35-metre lead over Harvey as they pass each other.
And Harvey's getting a little fatigued there. He started out with 105s and then jumped to 106s, and I think he's approaching now 107s.
But it is all Tommy Lane here, and he's continuing to extend his lead, but looking smooth and relaxed as he goes through the 1,000s. Again, just about out to a 104, 104.2 for that 100s. So wasn't quite able to maintain that 103.9 that he popped in before, but if you can maintain those 104s, 104 lows, is a really good chance to challenge that 16-minute mark with a strong last 100. And it shows you how quickly it does happen in a 1,500 metres. So Harvey and Tommy were side by side through that first 400s, and then 600 metres later, Tommy has pulled out almost a 50-metre lead. He's out leading by about 40 metres over Harvey now. He's still looking really relaxed, keeping that two-beat kick going as he's now approaching the 1,100-metre turn.
So Nick, I wonder, so we've seen Harvey drop a little bit, so I'm assuming that'll be probably because of fatigue, but you can also assume Tommy's actually fatiguing by that time. But how is he finding his extra distance?
It's all about what he's done in training and how he's been able to maintain his skills and replicate race speed in training.
Right, so is it would you say maybe they're improving their underwater, or maybe staying a little more tall, or counting strokes, making sure he speeds up just a little bit, or...
It's a full package. It's not just one area that you need to work on. You need to work on, again, we just saw Tommy leave the wall there in a nice tight streamline, strong dolphin before it pops up. So that means every time he does a turn in training, he'll be working on a nice tight streamline, pushing off strongly, and getting a dolphin before he pops up. Probably working more dolphins during training than he is here, so that one dolphin is feeling quite comfortable for him.
Yeah.
And then obviously we'll be working on his stroke length, trying to reduce his stroke count each 50 in training while maintaining his rhythm.
So he touches in there at 12.50.
So 103.5 again there from Tommy.
It's getting quicker.
So he's really now trying to put the burners on. As you can see, his shoulders are starting to redden up as that fatigue spreads through his body. And that's the other thing. Everyone in this field is hurting, but it's being able to work under pressure and maintain your skills under pressure and fatigue. So again, that strong dolphin popping up just past the flags and really working those legs out of the wall before he settles down into his rhythm through the middle of the lap.
I think he's actually starting to kick a little bit more now. It's not a 2-beat kick anymore. It's sort of kind of like a 4-beat.
Yeah, so alternate sort of from a 2 and then occasionally he brings in the 4, 2 and then 4. So he's obviously trying to think about, with 200 metres left to swim, can I increase my speed? Can I increase my pressure? As he's chasing to see how close he can get to that 16-minute mark. Turning through the 1300 in 13:54.52. That one was a little bit slower, that 100. So their last 200 is going to have to really be nice and fast if he's going to challenge that 16-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely.
You think he's going to have to bring those legs in for that last 100, but it's not always easy.
Yeah.
Once you haven't been using your legs, it's actually hard to bring them in to play for the last part of the race.
Yeah, and then if you change the pace sort of at the 1300 meter mark, you know, you actually, just like you've said, you start to actually lose more energy. And I think, skills might go out the window if you haven't practiced them enough.
So that's why often...
Got it. 15:29. Just to get about 31 there.
So he needs to come home in a 30 points to be able to go under this 16-minute mark.
He's sprinting now. He's got his kick, full kick.
25 metres left to swim for Tommy. Got 15 metres left now. He's really bringing in those legs.
Go.
He's really bringing
He's
those
got
nice,
it.
strong finish.
I reckon he's got it.
Under the flag. 5 minutes in. Touches
Is
the
it? Oh.
9.26. So well done, Tommy.
That was a
Sub
huge
16-minute 1500 metre swimmer.
15.5 lane. What was that split on that last one?
So it was a 101 or
101.
double O on that last 100. So really solid swim. As hard as consistent.
Yeah, that was a fantastic swim there. 100. Went from, so he started out 105s and then went into 104s and got down to I think a 103 and 100, then increased again 103, 104, and he smashed out a 101 at the end. So that was Harvey in second and Joshua Cones in third.
Has been lots of action here in these 1500 metre events as Logan Brandy makes his way to the wall here in our sixth and final heat of the 1500s,
17:25.
followed by Xavier Purcell.
Yeah, so Logan Brandy there was only about 22 seconds off his PB, which is about a second slower, for each 100.
So that has been a fantastic morning of action here. Those medals will be awarded for the 1500 metres shortly in our 4 age categories. But for now, thank you for joining us here on Kayo Freebies for day 5 heat session of the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championship. We have one more session to go, so we look forward to seeing you once again at 5:30 this evening. But bye for now.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the final session.